Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 2016 Democratic National Convention Chair, Representative Marcia Fudge from Ohio.
The third session of the 47th Quadrennial National Convention of the Democratic Party will now come to order. Delegates, alternates, standing committee members, special guests, and other friends, members of the news media, guests from around the world, and our fellow Americans, welcome to our deliberations. Please rise for the invocation offered by Reverend William Byron from St. Joseph's University.
Friends all, recent weeks have brought violence and senseless killings to this nation, and I'm thinking in particular of Baton Rouge and Dallas. It just intrigues me that the Dallas assassin bore the name Micah and Xavier. So I'm going to borrow from the words of the prophet Micah and the great St. Francis Xavier in making this invocation. Let's be mindful that we're in God's presence as we pray. Lord God, creator and ruler of the universe, we invoke your blessing on this assembly, mindful that you hold our destiny in your hands. Life itself is your gift to us. What we do with our lives is our gift to you. So bless us, we pray, as we look to the future of this nation. Keep us free from hatred and violence. Protect us from confusion. And make the words of Francis Xavier our own, Xavier who said, "In you, O Lord, have I put my hope. Let me never be confounded." And we turn to your great prophet Micah to listen to you speak the words that he passed on to us. You have been told, O man, O woman, what is good, and what the Lord requires of you, only to do justice, to love goodness, and to walk humbly with your God. So help us, Lord, to work unceasingly for justice, to know what is good, and to seek it without fail, and to be truly humble as we walk with you into an unknown but hope-filled future. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the presentation of colors, presented today by the Pennsylvania National Guard Honor Guard.
Colors. Halt.
Please welcome Monroe Handy from Philadelphia.
Go ahead.
Present.
I pledge allegiance to the flag to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remove your caps and welcome Sebastian de la Cruz from San Antonio.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, and the home of the brave.
Arms. Ready, two. Port, arms. Colors, color turn, arch.
Ladies and gentlemen, pursuant to our procedural rules, the Convention Secretary has received nominating documents from one Democratic candidate for the office of Vice President of the United States, Senator Tim Kaine. Representative Bobby Scott from Virginia has placed Senator Kaine's name in nomination. Seconding the nomination is Doris Cruz Mays, the president of the Virginia AFL-CIO, and Walter Tejada, a community leader and advocate from Arlington, Virginia. There being only one person nominated, the chair will entertain a motion to suspend the rules and nominate Tim Kaine by acclamation as the vice presidential candidate of the Democratic Party. Is there a second? All in favor of the motion to suspend the rules? and nominate by acclamation Tim Kaine as the Democratic Party's vice presidential candidate, please say aye. All opposed? Two-thirds of the delegates having voted in the affirmative, the motion to suspend the rules and nominate by acclamation is adopted. Pursuant to our convention rules, Senator Tim Kaine has been invited to make an acceptance speech. I am pleased to inform you that Senator Kaine thanks you, and he will deliver his speech later tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Daniel Driffin from Atlanta, Georgia.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Driffin, and I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and I serve as a co-founder of Thrive SS. Together with more than 1 million Americans, I'm living with HIV. When the HIV/AIDS epidemic first emerged in the 1980s, I wasn't born yet. It was a mysterious virus, then a deadly one too. It seemed to be picking off gay men one by one, especially Black and Latino. The community spoke out so that policymakers would take notice. And while some ignored their voices, Hillary Clinton listened. She advocated for the increased funding for prevention and research as First Lady, and then worked to increase the funding in the Senate. She defended the Ryan White CARE Act, and she worked to expand resources for testing and education. As Secretary of State, Hillary helped to ensure that 6.7 million people around the world got access to antiretroviral therapy. And she cracked down on the stigma around the virus and helped lift the travel ban with the help of the Congressional Black Caucus, which prevented people with HIV/AIDS from entering our country. As a result of her work and the work of so many others, many who are here tonight, the number of new HIV diagnoses are on the decline. In the United States, by nearly 20% over the last decade for certain populations. We know how to prevent the virus now. We know how to diagnose the virus now. We know how to treat it, and we know how to suppress it. We've learned all that within my lifetime. But still, there are many living with HIV, and so many others are. And who are most at risk? Young, gay, Black men. Men like me. In fact, 1 in 2 gay Black men will be diagnosed with HIV in their lifetime if current rates continue. And if we have enough data, I'm sure Black transgender women are more at risk too. So, what do we do to fight HIV/AIDS today? We invest in research and education. We expand treatment and prevention. And we elect Hillary Clinton. With Hillary Clinton as our president, I believe that we can meet our goals of an AIDS-free generation. So, as an organizer, as an advocate, as a Black man, as a gay man, and as a man living with HIV, I ask you to go get tested and then go and vote. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of the Center for American Progress, Neera Tanden.
Good afternoon. It's truly an honor for me to address this convention because, frankly, I wouldn't be here without the policies of the Democratic Party. My parents got divorced when I was 5. My father left for a time and my mother had to go on welfare. She worked hard to support me and my brother. We also had help, a lot of help. We used lunch vouchers at school and food stamps at the supermarket. And after we moved out of our house, a federal subsidy allowed us to get an apartment and stay in a town with good public schools. It wasn't easy, but we eventually got back on our feet because of the investments Democrats have made to support struggling families like mine. So I know firsthand that the decisions our leaders make all the difference in people's lives. That's why I chose a career in public policy, and that's why I am so very proud to support Hillary Clinton. For decades, Hillary has championed the issues that matter to working families: child care, paid leave, equal pay. But she doesn't just talk the talk, she walks the walk. I know because I worked for her as I was starting my own family. I fretted about working for an intense senator when my daughter was so young. But no matter how busy Hillary got, she always made family flexibility a reality for her staff. Once, she flipped her entire travel schedule so I'd make it to my daughter's pre-K graduation. In fact, Hillary was the second person to call me in the hospital when my first child was born. And she was the first person to call me when my second child was born. I don't know what that says about my family, but I know what it says about Hillary. She's there for people. She has your back. And that matters in Washington. What you do, not just what you say, matters. For Hillary, politics is about fighting for people, not when the cameras are on, but when they are off. Not when the decisions are easy, but when they are hard. She's a leader we can have faith in, and she'll be a president we can count on to always have our back. Let's go do this in November. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Sheila Jackson Lee from Texas.
Hello, Democrats! Hello, Texas! I am a breast cancer survivor. And I know that there are many in this room who faced what I faced, who fought the fear by His grace and mercy and survived. Democrats, we must fight the Republican nominees of fear and unite behind Hillary Clinton, the candidate who fights for us. I came here from Houston, a city with a great new mayor and a place where people of all races and sexual orientation and religions are respected. We have a strong legacy. Mickey Leland and Barbara Jordan, who addressed the 1976 Democratic Convention. Her pursuit of justice and equality is our call today. Barbara Jordan once said, through the process of amendment, interpretation, and court decisions, I have finally been included in We the People. Democrats, we are the We the People Party. Last night, we reached a milestone of history. We nominated the first woman to be the President of the United States of America, Hillary Clinton. A woman of uncommon strength, a change maker, a survivor. I am woman, hear me roar. But on the other hand, we have the Republican nominee, the man of fear, and Cleveland, the convention of fear. But we cannot choose fear. We cannot elect a president who provides no hope to the laid-off union worker, no hope for the mother of 5, and no hope for the researcher who might find a cure for cancer. We cannot elect a leader who is willfully ignorant to the outcry of young people who want real criminal justice reform and responsible gun safety legislation now. Not another Newtown, Charleston, Orlando, Baton Rouge, or Dallas. The Republicans' nominees of fear are not for our America. So Democrats, what our mission is today, we must be determined in our fight, demanding of each other, discerning of the facts, and demonstrative of our movement. The universe is sometimes dark, but there are bright, bright, bright stars that light our way, and they will guide us to a safer, more prosperous, and more equitable America. The winds of change are at our backs, Clinton and Kaine, and we must march on, march on, march on, and together we can elect Hillary Clinton. So stand up, Democrats. Stand up and see those stars that lighten us. Stand up, Democrats, and see the light.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Michelle Lujan Grisham from New Mexico.
Hello. We have a historic opportunity to elect a leader who is ready to tackle all of the issues that we face as a nation, both as Commander-in-Chief and as a mother and grandmother who understands the challenges of families. Now, we as a nation are understandably anxious about the volatility around the world, and I know that I want an experienced and level-headed president who knows what it's like to make decisions in the White House Situation Room. I trust Hillary Clinton to make us safe. And I also look forward to the day, and I can see it from here, when we have a president who knows firsthand how women's economic security is tied to the issues like access to women's health care, equal pay for the same work, and long-term care for our disabled children and our aging parents. Now, we have a motto in Congress: when women succeed, America succeeds. Right? Right? But that motto doesn't seem to matter to Donald Trump and Mike Pence. We all know how Donald Trump talks about women. Now, he suggested that working mothers aren't giving 100% at their jobs. He's called breastfeeding disgusting. He thinks that equal pay for women gets away from, and I quote, capitalism. Now he has a running mate who thinks women belong in the home, not running companies, not serving in the military, and certainly not running the country. Now look, I'm incredibly fortunate to serve my beloved constituents in New Mexico as a member of Congress. But I'm also the proud mother of two incredible daughters. I'm Grandma Gigi to my beautiful granddaughter Avery, and I'm the primary caregiver for my mom. Caregiving is part of who I am, but it's also financially and emotionally draining for both my mom and me. Now, Hillary Clinton understands we need to support the millions of families who are caring for their aging or disabled family members. And when she says she'll fight for an America where every woman has the economic security she needs to live the life that she wants and she deserves, I believe her. Because I believe her, we believe her. Because Hillary Clinton, when she says she's going to do something, she gets it done. Hillary Clinton stands with us and we're with her. And we will be stronger as a nation with Hillary Clinton as the next president. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Eleanor Holmes Norton from the District of Columbia.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, fellow Americans, fellow delegates. I am privileged to represent the 700,000 American citizens, growing by 1,000 every month in your nation's capital. We are so proud of our city, with a budget larger than that of 13 states, that we want to become the 51st state of the United States. We are home to our most powerful institutions, yet we have been denied our power as American citizens. The power we seek is ordinary, not lofty. It is the democratic power of equal citizenship. It is the power of local control over $4 billion in locally raised funds. 30 states rely more on federal funds to balance their annual budgets than DC does. It is the power of local control over purely local laws, like our gun safety laws, that Republicans try to eliminate every single year. And yes, it is also the democratic power that gave birth to the nation itself, the quid pro quo power of the vote in the House and Senate in return for the taxes we pay to support the United States. For DC residents not only pay taxes without representation, we pay the highest federal taxes per capita in the United States, with no votes in the House and Senate to show for those taxes. For lack of voting rights, the nation's founders declared their independence and dared their opponents to stop them. D.C. residents are not declaring independence from our country. We are declaring our intention to join our country as the 51st state. Republicans say we want too much, stating in their platform that our tax-paying citizens are a special responsibility of the federal government and calling by whatever means necessary to undermine, not increase D.C.'s local sovereignty. In dramatic contrast, our Democratic platform says, restoring our democracy means passing statehood for the District of Columbia. Our nominee, Hillary Clinton, says, as president, I will be a vocal champion for D.C. statehood. Never before has a presidential nominee taken office with so solid a promise for full and equal citizenship for D.C. residents. And listen up, America, a nominee who will stand up for D.C. will stand up for you too. Hillary for president, statehood for the District of Columbia.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Adam Schiff from California.
Thank you. As the ranking Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, I am keenly aware of the grave threats that we face. From the murderous brutality of ISIS and Al-Qaeda to Iran's sponsorship of terror, from the belligerence of Vladimir Putin to the madman in Pyongyang. This November, America's decision is about more than who confronts these threats. It's also about how. Will we continue to be a beacon for the freedom-loving peoples around the world? Or will we hunker down, shelter in place, or worse, sow division and discord? Will we pick a man with no vision who cowers behind angry rhetoric? Or will we pick a woman of courage, conviction, and compassion? In short, the stakes could not be higher. When the rights of expression, religion, and association are under growing assault around the globe, when the world needs a leader who can offer blood, tears, toil, and sweat, Trump offers only bluster, tirade, tedium, and threat. With malice towards all and charity for none, Trump would separate us from the world and divide us here at home. In Trump's world, NATO is a relic, Putin an ally, Tiananmen an example, and torture our instrument. This is not leadership, this is calamity. It is not speaking hard truths or shunning political correctness, but instead failing to see America's greatness, its essential goodness, its unending promise. Like an easy mark at one of his casinos, Trump would have us throw the dice with America's future. We will not do it. But thank God, America has a choice. Rather than a man of endless ego and obsession, we can choose a woman of purpose and determination. Instead of a man who sees little but danger and murder in the face of immigrants, we can choose a woman who understands how immigrants have strengthened this nation of immigrants. Instead of a man who would gamble on the greatness of America, we can choose a woman with a brilliant mind, a resolute heart, a steady hand, and a passion for the betterment of humankind. Ladies and gentlemen, this fall, the choice for Commander-in-Chief is clear: Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Maxine Waters from California.
Hello, Democrats. I am Maxine Waters, and I'm a proud Democrat from the progressive state of California. The primary season has ended, and we have so much to be proud of. As a member of the Platform Committee, I have no problem with giving Bernie Sanders credit for contributing to our historic progressive platform. And I am thrilled, absolutely thrilled, to acknowledge Secretary Hillary Clinton's work to unite and strengthen our Democratic Party. So, tomorrow night, Hillary Clinton will accept the party's nomination, and we must leave this convention energized, united, and committed to winning in November. America, we have a winner in waiting. The next president of the United States of America, Hillary Rodham Clinton. You know, I'm so proud to support a woman who has the skill to meet with world leaders, kings and queens, and who commands respect from our friends and our foes alike. I'm elated to have a candidate who really understands diplomacy, global security, and the importance of climate protection. I'm so thankful we have Hillary Clinton, whose life of public service is not mythical, but real and profound. Hillary Clinton will have the trust of our disabled Americans. She will never mock or disrespect them. She will work to improve their lives. And she will not allow our veterans to be patronized or forgotten. I know Hillary Clinton will create a place at the table for all: African Americans, Latinos, Asians, the LGBT community, Native Americans, Jews, Muslims, AMEs, Baptists, Methodists, Pentecostals. Everyone will be welcome in Hillary Clinton's White House. Now, you know the NRA has intimidated a lot of members of Congress, but Hillary Clinton is not intimidated by the NRA. Gun violence must stop in this country. She will not rule with fear and predictions of failure. And while she will work to support our police, she will also support fair and just police policies. The lost lives of unarmed citizens must stop. Black lives matter. Oh yes, women of America, women of the world, oh, we're going to be treated with dignity and respect. We will not be judged by our appearance or our size or our accent. We will not be denied freedom of choice. We will demonstrate our talents, and we will prosper. Hillary's experience as the First Lady, as a United States Senator, as the best Secretary of State we ever had. Really uniquely qualifies her to be the next President of the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of NARAL Pro-Choice America, Elise Hogue.
I am a fourth-generation Texan. Texas women are tough. We approach challenges with clear eyes and full hearts. To succeed in life, all we need are the tools, the trust, and the chance to chart our own path. I was fortunate enough to have these things when I found out I was pregnant years ago. I wanted a family, but it was the wrong time. I made the decision that was best for me, to have an abortion and get compassionate care at a clinic in my own community. Now, years later, my husband and I are parents to two incredible children. My story is not unique. About 1 in 3 American women have abortions by the age of 45, and the majority are mothers just trying to take care of the families they already have. You see, it's not as simple as bad girls get abortions and good girls have families. We are the same women at different times in our lives, each making decisions that are best for us. If we want families to succeed, we start by empowering women. Give us accurate information and access to health care. Keep politicians out of our business when we're not ready to parent, and support us when we are. That's what gives our families the best chance to get ahead and stay ahead. And that is what Hillary Clinton has spent decades fighting for. Donald Trump, he's different. He said women who have abortions like me should be punished. He calls women pigs and says breastfeeding is disgusting. Now, some people think he doesn't really mean any of that. But look at who he picked for VP. Mike Pence led the charge to defund Planned Parenthood, pushed to let hospitals turn a woman away if she needs an abortion to save her life, and signed a bill with some of the most outrageous abortion restrictions in the country. He has even said he can't wait to send Roe versus Wade into the ash heap of history. Together, Donald Trump and Mike Pence have united to form the Make Misogyny Great Again ticket. And the people who so loudly oppose abortion rights, let me let you into their dirty little secret. They're not only against abortions. Many of these people are also fighting to restrict access to contraception and block common sense policies to support working moms. It's not abortion that bothers them. It's empowering women to live our own lives. And that's right. And when we have power over our own destiny, we not only strengthen our families, we honor our most cherished traditions of liberty and equality. These aren't just women's issues. These are the very foundation of our freedom. We need a president who has the experience, the wisdom, and the grit to stand up against the bullies. We need a president who knows that women's rights are human rights. We need a president who will keep expanding the frontiers of freedom for all Americans. We need Hillary Clinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Andrew Gillum, Mayor of Tallahassee, Florida.
Hello, my fellow Democrats. And hello, my fellow Floridians. In case y'all needed a reminder, Florida is in the house. As I prepared for tonight, I thought back on the path that led me to this moment. Born the fifth of 7 kids in Miami-Dade, Florida, to my daddy, Charles, a construction worker, and my mother, Frances, a school bus driver. My parents worked their entire lives to provide for me and for my siblings greater opportunities than they had ever been afforded, creating the possibility for me to be the first in my family to go to college and graduate from the Florida A&M University. They dared us to fly higher than they could ever see. And they always provided us the opportunity and a path to pay it forward. I can still hear my grandmother's voice telling me, "Boy," she said it just like that, "go to school, mind your teachers, get your lesson, and one day bring that education home." She said, "Bring it home for your baby sister and your little brother who may not know what education is." She said, "Bring it home for that little boy down the street that you play with. God knows where he'll end up. Bring it home." It was a reminder that if we were going to get anywhere, we would get there together. My friends, this is the story of our party, and it's also what drives our nominee. Hillary Clinton has shown us her heart, her strength, her passion for this country's future. A future, quite frankly, that means more to me now than it ever did before. Because in addition to being the mayor of Tallahassee, Florida, the capital city of our nation's 3rd largest state, I'm also a father. And along with my wife, RJ, we are raising 2-year-old twins, Jackson and Caroline. So when I head to the voting booth, I want you all to know that they are coming with me. Because I want them to know that I'm not just casting a vote for Hillary Clinton and my fellow Democrats. I am casting a vote for them. Ensuring the kind of future they deserve requires leadership that will unify and inspire us, that can build on this country's best instincts for inclusion and optimism. You know what, y'all? The world can seem scary enough without so-called leaders leading with fear for political gain. That's right. Every day in this country, black parents send their sons out with a deep sense of anxiety, hoping that they will return home to them safely. And every day, police officers kiss their loved ones heading to work to protect and to serve, and they hold that same sense of hope and fear in their hearts. In these times of anger and fear, we can't afford to retreat to our respective corners. We can't let this animosity grow and get stronger. That's right. And the truth is, we've seen examples of communities and law enforcement coming together during crisis, to grieve together and to help each other heal. That is exactly how it is supposed to work. And it's on all of us to ensure that in our communities, that becomes the reality. Because in the end, y'all, in the end, we all want the same thing for our families. Our fates are inextricably tied together. And with the right leadership, we can renew our trust in one another again. I believe with every fiber of my being that Hillary Clinton is the leader that we need. So on Inauguration Day, I look forward to holding my babies tightly. I look forward to watching history unfold before their eyes and before mine. And I look forward to, along with all of you, shouting toward that big stage in Washington, D.C. and saying, "Congratulations, Madam President." Thank you, and God bless.
In 1975, I joined Dan Inouye, Spark Matsunaga, and Patsy Mink in Congress. A few years later, we were joined by Dan Akaka, Bob Matsui, and Robert Underwood. We made a difference for millions of people in our country. Patsy Mink led the effort on the passage of Title IX, which opened doors to women by prohibiting sex discrimination in education. Bob Matsui, Dan Inouye, Spark Matsunaga, and I led the efforts for the passage of the bill that apologized to Japanese Americans incarcerated during World War II and provided redress. Dan Akaka led the efforts on the passage of the apology resolution for the U.S. overthrow of the Kingdom of Hawaii. In 1994, we formed a caucus with this growing number of Asian American Pacific Islander members of Congress. We laid the groundwork for greater diversity in our government, so today the number of AAPIs in elected office are growing, and so is their leadership. As a result, Judy Chu was able to pass the Resolution of Regret for the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. And this past year, Grace Meng and Mazie Hirono passed legislation eliminating derogatory terms in our laws relating to minorities. We came together to have a greater voice in D.C. and throughout the country. We learned from the lessons of the past to fight for a better future, when those making the decisions look like America. Everybody in America benefits.
Today, there are 13 Asian American and Pacific Islander members of Congress, and our caucus has grown to 50 members. Collectively, we work to protect and advance the civil and constitutional rights of all Americans and establish policies on legislation and issues that reflect the concerns and needs of the Asian American and Pacific Islander community. We are proud that our caucus has continued the tradition that Norman Panetta started, and we look forward to new leaders of tomorrow. Today, we have a voice.
I am Congresswoman Judy Chu from California. And I am proud to be the first Chinese American woman ever elected to Congress. Standing with me are my fellow Asian American and Pacific Islander, or AAPI, members of Congress. Many of them, too, are trailblazers in their own right. And we are all proud to support Hillary Clinton for President of the United States. It wasn't too long ago that if you saw an Asian Pacific American walking in the U.S. Capitol, you had to stop to do a double take. But how things have changed. We now have a record number of AAPI members of Congress. And most importantly, we are organizing and making our voices heard. We have gone from being marginalized to becoming the margin of victory in key swing states and districts all across our nation.
America needs a president who will fight for us, someone who rejects the hateful rhetoric that is too often used to divide us and believes that America's diversity is our greatest strength. That's why we've got to elect Hillary Clinton as our next president of the United States. When it comes to the issues most important to us, Hillary Clinton gets it. On immigration reform, she gets it. So many families have been kept apart for decades by an incredibly long family visa backlog. Hillary will fight to clear that backlog so that millions of American families can finally be reunited with their loved ones. We're with Hillary because she is committed to comprehensive immigration reform. On education, she gets it. So many of our parents and grandparents sacrificed to come to the United States because they wanted their children to get a better education and live the American dream. We're with Hillary because she'll make debt-free college available for all Americans. On voting rights, she gets it. Today, almost 70% of AAPI adults are foreign-born. Access to translated and absentee ballots is critical. And we're with Hillary because she will work with Congress to restore the Voting Rights Act and ensure fair access to the ballot box. On making sure we have a diverse federal government, she gets it. We're with Hillary because she will appoint an administration that looks like America. And on safeguarding our civil liberties, she gets it. I am so proud to have Congresswoman Doris Matsui and Congressman Mike Honda as members of our caucus. During World War II, both Doris and Mike were imprisoned in internment camps for no other reason than their ethnicity. Donald Trump doesn't seem to have a problem with this part of our history. With Hillary Clinton, we know the civil and constitutional rights of all Americans will be protected. Tonight, we are also grieving for our dear friend and colleague, Congressmember Mark Takai from Hawaii, who passed away last week at the age of 49 after a hard-fought battle with pancreatic cancer. Mark truly had the aloha spirit and was deeply committed to advancing the priorities of the people of Hawaii and our veterans. I will never forget the tears in his eyes when he learned about the Cancer Moonshot Initiative. It gave him and millions of Americans hope that we will finally find a cure for cancer. In his memory, we've got to keep hoping and fighting. Hillary Clinton is the best choice for all Americans to move our country forward. Our caucus members reflect the diversity of America, and that is why we are proud to stand with her.
Aloha! I'm Senator Mazie Hirono from Hawaii, an immigrant, the first Asian American woman to be elected to the United States Senate. I support Hillary Clinton because she is a lifelong champion for women, children, and families. And with the help of all of us, she will fight for all families, including immigrant families, in the White House. Mahalo, aloha.
Hafaday. I am Congresswoman Bordallo from Guam. the U.S. territory in the Pacific, and I support Hillary Clinton because she understands the unique needs of the territories and is committed to the Asia-Pacific rebalance. She is a strong leader. We need her to move forward as a nation. Thank you.
I am Congressman Mark Takano from the great state of California. And I'm the first openly gay person of color to be elected to the United States Congress. As a proud Gaysian, I support Hillary Clinton because she is a strong champion for LGBT rights. She will fight to end employment discrimination against LGBT Americans.
I'm Congressman Ami Bera, also from that great state of California. As the only South Asian member of Congress, and as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I support Hillary Clinton because she is the only candidate that understands the complexity of the world and is prepared from day one to lead America.
I'm Congressman Bobby Scott from Virginia, and I'm the first person with Filipino ancestry to be elected as a voting member of Congress, and I support Hillary Clinton because she believes that all children deserve a quality, affordable education so they can reach their full potential.
I am Congressman Ted Lieu from California, and a colonel in the United States Air Force Reserve. I support Hillary Clinton for president because she will fight for our military personnel, our veterans, and our military families. She will make sure that those who risk their lives for our country get the health care and the resources that they need.
Good evening. My name is Gregorio Camacho Kilili Sablan, and I am from the Northern Mariana Islands. I support Hillary Clinton because she believes that all Americans should have, including those in the Pacific Island territories, should have access to quality, affordable health care. Thank you very much.
I'm Congresswoman Grace Meng from New York, the first Asian American elected to Congress from the East Coast. And I support Hillary Clinton because she is the best candidate to bring Americans together and move our country forward. This election is so important, and Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders can make the difference. Our voting power has doubled over the last decade. We are now the swing vote in swing states like Virginia, Nevada, and also right here in Pennsylvania. And I call upon my fellow AAPIs to organize, to campaign, and to vote so that we will be the margin of victory in 2016 and beyond. As our community begins and continues to grow, and as we begin to see more AAPI candidates like Raja Krishnamurthy from Illinois and Stephanie Murphy from Florida begin to run for higher office, it is critical that we elect a person who will make history for America. and build a brighter future for generations to come. And that person is Hillary Clinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brooks Bell from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Hello, Democrats. I'm Brooks Bell, a technology entrepreneur from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was 23 years old, I started my own company. It wasn't easy. 6 months later, I had a stroke. I had to relearn to read, write, and talk. I was lucky. I recovered, and so did my fledgling company. But that wasn't my only struggle. In fact, it was one of my many ups and downs, familiar to any small business with big dreams. I've gained and lost big clients. I've had to let wonderful employees go. It's given me the scars that I know many entrepreneurs share. I believe in Hillary because I know she also carries battle scars. Her relentless dedication to serve America over the past 30 years has been marked by hard choices, which makes this historic achievement all the more impressive. Her tenacity, her toughness, her seasoned judgment is exactly what we need in a president. We need somebody ready for the hardest job on earth, day one. And that someone is Hillary Rodham Clinton. Today, my company employs over 40 people. We partner with some of the largest organizations in America to help make the internet easier to use. And we're growing quickly. My company is strong, as is my health, thanks in part to ongoing investment in education, healthcare, and innovation. Like they say, thanks, Obama. However, I am worried, terrified about what might happen if we elect Trump. I'm not just scared for my business, but for all the other young entrepreneurs like me. We've already seen the preview in my own state of North Carolina. Earlier this year, our legislature passed what's known as the bathroom bill, which caused the New York Times to describe North Carolina as, quote, a pioneer in bigotry. Besides being deeply embarrassing and morally wrong, it had an immediate and dramatic effect on our state economy. I watched a large company cancel their expansion, taking 400 good jobs with them. 2 influential technology investors immediately banned investments in our tape. The NBA just pulled the All-Star game out of town. The total economic cost is already $190 million and counting. What does this have to do with Trump? For starters, Trump selected Mike Pence as his running mate. The same Mike Pence who signed a discriminatory bill into Indiana law with similar disastrous consequences. It's no surprise that The Economist has listed a Trump presidency as one of the top 10 risks to the world economy. Friends, I'm here tonight because the story of my startup is the story of America. Because how we write our next chapter is up to us. Please join me in standing up for an inclusive country with innovation and entrepreneurship fueling our economic prosperity. Let's put Hillary Clinton where we need her the most, as President of the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Mayor of New York City, Bill de Blasio.
Thank you. Thank you, Democrats. Now, as a New Yorker, I am quite familiar with both presidential nominees. But despite sharing a home state, these two people are worlds apart. I was honored to manage Hillary Clinton's first campaign for the U.S. Senate. And here's the Hillary I know. When she graduated from law school, she could have begun a lucrative career at the prestigious law firm of her choice. Instead, her heart led her to take a noble job at modest pay at the Children's Defense Fund, advocating for poor families and children who needed a champion. That is who she is. What did Donald Trump do? He was born rich, okay, and then he made a career out of ripping people off, racking up billions in debt, and bankrupting his companies. Instead of public service or philanthropy, he became one of the least generous billionaires our country has ever seen. When Hillary Clinton was First Lady of the United States, she made it her personal mission to take on the insurance giants, to get health care for every American. Now, despite millions of dollars spent attacking her, she never gave up, and she helped deliver the Children's Health Insurance Program against all the odds. Who did Donald take on? The small business owners he contracted with on his real estate projects. Too many times, Donald simply stiffed them. Now, we know Trump is the great pretender. But how can he pretend to be for American workers when he didn't even pay his own workers what he owed them? When Hillary Clinton was in the Senate, she helped secure $20 billion for our recovery after 9/11, protecting our hero first responders who sacrificed so much. Who did Donald protect? Certainly not the students at Trump University, a place his own employees called a scam, where vulnerable Americans were pushed to spend more and more money on worthless classes. The only person Donald took care of was himself. As Secretary of State, Hillary fought for the dignity of women and girls, passionately fighting the scourge of human trafficking and the horror of child marriage in Saudi Arabia. What did Donald do? He's called women dogs and fat pigs and blamed military sexual assault on the presence of women in our armed forces. He's degraded women to make himself feel big, while showing us the truly little man that he is. When Hillary Clinton raises her right hand on Inauguration Day, she will be armed with the most progressive agenda in modern times. One that rewards work instead of wealth. One that flips the script on economic policies of and by and for the 1%. From paid sick leave and paid family leave to universal pre-K and debt-free college. From ending tax loopholes for Wall Street and billionaire investors to addressing the needs of American cities on housing, infrastructure, immigration. Hillary Clinton will tackle inequality and be a force for real progressive change in this nation. Now, how does Donald see the economic realities facing the American people? Actually, he roots for economic turmoil for his own personal gain. You want a real-life example? When asked in 2006 about a possible real estate crash, he said, quote, "I sort of hope that happens, because then people like me will go in and buy." That is the very definition of the predator class. And now he wants to go further and repeal the new rules we put in place to make Wall Street more accountable. Throughout her career, as we heard so clearly last night, Hillary Clinton has taken on the tough battles for one reason: because standing up for those without much money and without much power has been her life's calling. Hillary Clinton, she's smart, she's steady, she's right, and she's ready. Donald Trump, he's reckless, he's risky, he's wrong, and he's scary. If you care about fighting income inequality, about lifting up families and children, about building up America's great cities, then let's come together, fight together, and let's elect Hillary Clinton, the next president of these United States. Thank you.
Democrats, over the last 4 years, we have lost a number of wonderful leaders and activists. Each of us have friends or family who we will remember fondly as we watch this memorial, highlighting some of our passionate Democrats who have helped us all in so many ways.
This is our country, and we are engaged in a time of great testing.
History, despite its wrenching pain, cannot be unlived, but if faced with courage, need not be lived again.
Brothers and sisters, for the good of all of us, for the love of this great nation, for the family of America, for the love of God, please make this nation remember how futures are built. Thank you and God bless you.
Talk about civil rights tonight because I believe gay rights are civil rights.
God is watching me. God don't praise me because I beat Joe Frazier. God don't give nothing about Joe Frazier. God don't care nothing about England or America as far as your wealth is all he is. He wants to know how do we treat each other? How do we help each other?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee Chairman, Representative Ben Ray Lujan of New Mexico.
I come from a family of pioneers. My grandparents took on the elements, lived through the Great Depression, survived poverty and family tragedy, and made a place for themselves in New Mexico before it was a state. There they tilled their land, raised their crops, protected what they had, and tried to help others. I grew up on that small farm. I spent my childhood turning dirt, stacking wood, feeding animals. We didn't have much, but we had each other. We had familia. My dad was a union iron worker, local 495. My mom had a job with the local school district. They were married for 53 years before Dad passed. Dad's parents before him, Celedon and Nestora, were married even longer, 74 years. Grandpa Celedon, the sheep herder who first put down roots in New Mexico, was born in the era of the horse and buggy, but he lived to see the space shuttle soar into the heavens. My mom's dad, Grandpa Luis, he was a union carpenter who went off to serve in World War II. While his wife, Cleotilde, raised the family and was expecting their 7th child. He earned a Bronze Star for his heroism. When I was young, Grandpa Celedon and Grandma Nestora helped care for us. When I was older, Grandpa Luis and Grandma Cleotilde were hurt in a car crash, so we helped care for them. Because that's what families do. Those are the values I learned growing up. That's why I'm here today. I know I might not look like your typical member of Congress, and it's true, I haven't really gotten the bolo tie look to catch on. But the story of my family is the story of millions and millions of other families. It's the story of the great American family. Carpenters and iron workers, sheep herders and soldiers. Generations of Americans have worked hard and looked out for each other, serving and sacrificing for the next generation. We all gather together to celebrate the good times. We all rally around each other in times of hardship and tragedy. We all strive to leave things a little better than we found them. And these values hold true no matter who you are or where you come from. As Democrats, we believe that everybody in America should have the same opportunity my grandparents and parents had. To have a place of your own, to build some real economic security that you don't have to worry will disappear overnight, to pass something on to your kids and grandkids. Those are the values that built our party. And for a century, we have led the fight for Social Security and Medicare, for Pell Grants and the GI Bill, for universal health care, for inclusion and equality and opportunity for all. We are proud of our accomplishments, but now it's our turn to continue that tradition. We too must leave things better than we found them, and Hillary Clinton is the president who will lead us. But she needs a Congress that will work with her. For nearly 6 years, Republicans have held the majority in the People's House, but clinging to that majority is the only thing they've accomplished. For nearly 6 years, House Republicans have put party over country. For nearly 6 years, they've been afraid to stand up to the birthers and bigots and conspiracy theorists, like the one they just nominated for president. Millions of Americans who don't consider themselves Democrats have now joined us in rejecting Donald Trump's bullying, his racism, and his attempts to divide our American family. Growing up, my grandparents shared with me the age-old wisdom. Dime con quién andas y te diré quién eres. Tell me who you walk with, and I'll tell you who you are. For me, the choice is easy. I'm for real leadership, someone with character and values. I'm proud to walk with Hillary Clinton. But if your member of Congress is supporting Donald Trump, instead ask yourself this: what does that say about their leadership, their character, their values? If they won't even stand up to Donald Trump, what makes you think they'll stand up for you and your family?
I want to say something to my congressman. I've been a Republican all my life.
I get party loyalty.
But there's loyalty to your country and the things Donald Trump says about immigrants and women.
Veterans.
I mean, how can we put up with that? How can Republican members of Congress support that?
If he's our standard bearer, what the heck happened to our standards?
It's time for leaders who will put families first. Leaders who will keep our nation and our neighborhoods safe. Leaders who will help every American family build a more secure financial future. Leaders who will fight to level the playing field and put the people's voice back in the people's house. I'd like you to meet some of those leaders.
We, the people, are what America has always been about, and why we are a great country. Not some of us, all of us, together. And we have strong Democratic candidates for Congress across the country. They are working moms, like Colleen Deacon and Stephanie Murphy. They are fathers, like Don McEachin and Brad Schneider. They're immigrants, like Reuben Kewin, community activists, like Dwight Evans, high school teachers, like Steve Santosiero, business leaders, like Terry Bonham, and small business owners like Monica Vernon. Zephyr Teachout is a national leader on standing up to corruption. Charlie Crist is fighting to protect our environment. Angie Craig worked her way from humble beginnings to become a Fortune 500 executive. Our Democrats know what hardworking families are going through.
I worked in gas stations. I worked in pizza delivery. I worked in fast food. I know what it was like to work for minimum wage.
I enlisted in the Marine Corps Reserve. It was one of the most fulfilling experiences of my life.
My mother wore a maid's uniform so I could go to college and train to wear a police uniform. After 27 years, I earned the uniform of chief.
As supervisor, I cut the waste and invested the savings in new senior services, the environment, and jobs.
As a computer programmer, I was paid less than the men. So you can bet I'll fight for equal pay.
No one will steal my son's American dream. That dream that says if he works hard, he will have the opportunity to succeed. I won't let them.
This November, from Maine to California, we the people will reject the divisive politics of Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress who support him. We will elect Democrats to Congress who represent us, the people.
Securing our nation, securing our democracy, and securing our future, Democrats are focused on what matters most. And the fresh faces we'll elect this November will join a team of Democratic leaders in Congress who, like Hillary Clinton, have spent their lives working to improve the lives of others. Together, we'll work to create jobs and raise wages, secure equal pay for women and paid leave for every family, make it easier to pay down student debt, and possible for every American to attend public college debt-free. If there is one thing you can count on, it's that House Democrats will always be in the fight.
We're going to continue to push, to pull, to stand up, and if necessary, to sit down.
When the Democratic Caucus did our sit-in led by John Lewis, it was the most thrilling moment. My own mom sent me a note telling me, hey, Keith, get to the House floor.
We're not going to break because the American people aren't going to break. From Newtown all the way to Orlando, too many Americans have died. We intend to push this as hard as we can.
The Democrats are the ones that are worried about the little guys, the ones that don't have political or economic or social power.
It's important to me as a mom of 2 young kids to be fighting for our next generation.
As a strong woman joined by many other strong women, we are proud that we are smart. We are proud that we are fighters.
We keep pushing. We keep putting our shoulder to the wheel until we find a way to get it done. But it sure would help if there were more of us.
I have a firm belief that if Congress truly reflected the makeup of America, I think we would be a much better country. I think we would be a much better world.
We have the best field of candidates in recent memory. These are good people. They look like America looks like. They reflect its diversity.
My goal, my job every day is to find ways to improve the lives of those people that I represent. Flint is a story of a whole community that's been left behind. I have been really encouraged that so many members of the Democratic Caucus have traveled to Flint. When Leader Pelosi, Mr. Hoyer, Mr. Clyburn, all these members of Congress, just to be with the people of my hometown and to give them the encouragement, to help them understand that they're not alone.
But the way we press forward is to have better ideas. With climate change, we're pulling a lot of people, including industry and Republicans, in the right direction.
Healthcare, to student debt, to minimum wage.
To fight for so many immigrants who came to this country.
Retirement security is really near and dear to my heart.
Social Security and Medicare.
Reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act.
Universal background checks.
Pay equity. We're messaging every day. We're fighting back every day. We're doing field campaigns.
We've been in the real fights that the American people want us to be involved in.
We're going to push,
pull, stand up,
sit down.
So don't give up. Don't give in. Keep the faith and keep your eyes on the prize.
Tonight, Democrats are united. We are passionate. We are fearless. And we are ready to get to work alongside the next president of the United States of America, Hillary Clinton. And if you are ready to get to work alongside us, then stand with us tonight. Go to dccc.org/stronger and stand with us in November. Because when we stand together and work together, we win together. Now let's get to work.
What is America? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all of us are created equal.
The Constitution will be colorblind. This is what we're talking about.
And so it began, a glorious idea, a place, a nation where anything is possible.
I have a dream.
But how do you do what has never been done before? Making an idea a reality isn't easy.
I promise you, we as a people will get there.
It happens when everyday heroes find their voices. When you speak your mind, tell others who you are and what you stand for.
When you vote. It happens when you build the American dream, one person at a time.
When we remember that freedom is not our birthright.
We have to work for it.
Die for it. Day and night for it.
Every single day, we earn it all over again.
In our America,
we never lose hope.
We never stop looking out for one another.
We never stop reaching back to pull someone else through the door of opportunity.
We aren't building a wall.
We are building a family, the American family.
Our America is more than an idea or a place.
We are a people.
We are the faces of tomorrow.
Beautiful and diverse.
Black and white.
Gay and straight.
Young and old.
We are the American dream.
Our America opens our arms to the future.
Where opportunity belongs to everyone.
Our America is united.
Not divided.
Where we are equal.
But not the same.
Because we are stronger together.
It's been this way for 240 years.
We are a nation that never forgets that out of many,
we are one.
Forever, the United States of America.
Our America.
I'm Robert Rodriguez. I'm a filmmaker and founder of El Rey Network. I made this film you just saw because there has never been a more important time for building understanding among people by telling our stories. I grew up in San Antonio, Texas, in a family of 10 kids, and it was there that I realized that storytelling amplifies our voice. To my fellow Latinos, that voice is our vote. It can be more powerful than ever before. We can decide this election, but only if we wield that power. It's not enough to agree. We have to get out there and vote. We all stand here together, each with our own story. That's our America. It's time to take a stand. It's time to tell our story. It's time to elect Hillary Clinton the next president of our America.
I am Jeff Gruby. Me away. Hello, DNC. I am a Native American. I am a chairman of my tribe, the Agua Caliente Band of Kuya Indians in Palm Springs, California. Like tribes across the United States, we have faced hardships and discrimination. Our ancestors fought to preserve our tribes and our culture, just as I do with other tribal leaders today. Hillary Clinton is the leader that all of Indian country needs. She is a leader for America. Achama.
I'm Park Cannon. I am a woman. I'm African American. I'm queer, and I am the newest member of the Georgia House of Representatives. I ran for office because I represent the rainbow of voices that too often went unheard in our state's capital. We need to trust Black women. Our America is unapologetically ready to stand together.
I'm Dr. Debbie Almantasser. Assalamu alaikum. Greetings of peace. I'm a teacher and a proud American Muslim. I spent the days after September 11th building bridges among students in New York City. I started a school designed to foster multicultural education, teach Arabic, and embrace diversity. Our America is not about fear and ignorance. It is about acceptance. To my fellow American Muslims, this November, get out there and vote.
My name is Dulce Candy. I am an immigrant, and I'm also a veteran of the U.S. Army. I'm a blogger on YouTube, and I see every day people using social media that take action and create really great things. That's our America. With one click, you can create change. But we can't stop there. This November, we need to get offline and get to the polls and keep telling your story. It will make the biggest difference. Thank you.
Open my heart and in love with you. My heart, your name will live forever. I am who I am because of you. My father spoke of you to me since I can remember. His words were the very spark that lit the ember.
You open your arms and held me, nurtured me with a mother's love. Wanna give back because to me you've given all the hope that I could use to rise above. And I will promise every day that I'll deserve it. If there's a thing that you hold true, I will preserve it.
I look to you with so much light and admiration.
Oh, yeah.
You are the source of all my goals and aspirations. Yeah. My inspiration. I'll live and die to keep you. Whatever it may lead to. I'll honor and defend you, even in the moments I don't understand you. It's you that I belong to, and everything I've gone through is worth the sacrifice. May your spirit be forever brave, your flag forever wave, America.
To be free, so many struggle to make you what you are, trading the colors of your flags for yours in the hopes that they will take you very far.
Climbing each hurdle on the way to new horizons. No compromises. Help us to realize the dreams that we have followed. I pray you'll be the one that leads so we can follow into tomorrow.
We'll celebrate the good times.
Count on me through bad times.
Honor and defend you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the founder and president of Rainbow Push Coalition, Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Tonight I stand proudly in support of the next president of the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Let me also congratulate Bernie Sanders for energizing this campaign with ideas and hope. The burn must never grow cold. Paul Tillich once said, where hate abounds, love must abound even more. Where fear abounds, hope must abound even more. In this stormy season of violent campaign rhetoric, we're called to be steady in the face of the whirlwind. There's a tug of war for America's soul. We have a clear choice. Take down walls of separation, build bridges of hope and unity. Love must trump ignorance and fear and hatred and violence. We love under one big kin for all, including none must be left behind. We've learned to survive apart, we must now learn to live together as brothers and sisters. I met Hillary decades ago in the Delta of Arkansas, delivering legal protection for poor people in the Delta of that region. We brand her trusted and tested and tried. Hillary can be trusted to appoint a fast Supreme Court, a skilled administrator, including a man of faith like Senator Tim Kaine. Can be trusted to ban assault weapons, turning our communities into killing fields. With 2,300 shot in Chicago this year, nearly 250 killed this year alone. Ban these assault weapons now. She can be trusted to honor the most progressive platform our party has ever had. She will never forget our pain. She will never forget us. Nationally, there are 45 million people still illiterate, more blacks incarcerated and graduating from college. They're scarred. There must be a change. Hillary understands the historic dimensions of the agony, hope, and promise of Black Lives Matter. She knows our scars and our suffering, from Trayvon Martin to Michael Brown to Alton Sterling and far too many others. The shootings of young black men must stop. And we deeply regret the killing of police officers with powerful assault weapons. They resonate deep in us, so those police should be alive today. Ban assault weapons now. We must choose reconciliation over retaliation and revenge today. And so we can trust Hillary not to insult our Hispanic neighbors. We share 2,000 miles of border with Mexico. They are our neighbors, our eternal neighbors. We trade more with Mexico than we do with China and Japan every day. Stop insulting Hispanics. Stop insulting Muslims now. We can trust her not to mass deport 15 million people and disrupt our families now. To expand African trade and development. She'll support historic black colleges, where 42% of our black engineers come from, and teachers and lawyers. She'll grant in the lineage of Mr. President Obama more jobs. He came to office, we had lost 800,000 jobs. We have not lost a single job, a single month since Barack has been president. She'll sustain that drive and keep the hope alive. We've never lost a battle that we fought, and never won a battle unless we fought. Their journey began in 1984 and 88. We built the winning coalition, the Rainbow Coalition, registering and empowering millions of voters. This is a new day. Someone has to win and lose in the primary. Now we're beyond the primary. Now it is Super Bowl time. It's November 8th. It's Super Bowl time. It's another day. My words rang true in '84 and they do today. If blacks register and vote in great numbers, progressive whites win. It's the only way they win. If blacks and Hispanics vote in great numbers, women win. When women win, children win. When women and children win, mothers win. We must all come together and win and fight for hope and go forward by hope and not backwards by fear. This land is our land. When we all come together, red and yellow, brown, black and white, we're precious at God's sight. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's Hillary time. I know it gets dark sometime, but the morning cometh. The Lord is our light and our salvation. Whom shall we fear? Don't let opposition break your spirit. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's Hillary time. The scripture says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear their prayer and forgive their sins and heal their land. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's Hillary time. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's Hillary time. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's Hillary time. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's healing louder. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's Hillary time. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's Hillary time. Keep hope alive. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Star Jones.
I will fight for you, she said, no matter how long it takes. I have known Hillary Rodham Clinton for over 2 decades now. And years ago, when she visited us on The View, I told her, when you decide that you are ready to be the first woman president of the United States, I'll be there to help. So here I am, but most importantly, here we all are. And we are all with her. Because she has always been with us. As a former prosecutor, you know I like to deal in facts. Here's a fact. There has never been any man or woman more qualified for this office than Hillary ever. The 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama, said that. Here's another fact. Nobody else in the race has the same unique connection to women, children, families, and our day-to-day challenges. I'm saying that. And that's very different from some very loud, obnoxious, race-baiting folk on the other side who I also know. Shade. Boy, bye. And we all know there's nowhere do we need a president who cares about all Americans more than in the place we're about to visit, Flint, Michigan.
I think we need a countdown from 3, 2, 1.
It's not proper for people to be drinking, man. If I can smell it, this is not a big debate.
As you can see, that's what it looks like.
Can you imagine when you have a community that's saying, hey, this water is poison, something's wrong, and you have Governor Snyder and his staff that won't recognize what's wrong?
And in April, this will have been 2 years.
We can't drink the water. You can't bathe in the water. You can't cook with the water.
In my household, there is a total of 6. So for all of us to bathe is with bottled water. You kind of have to ration out water. Sometimes it breaks my spirit.
I was pregnant with twins in July. I lost them. I went through a horrible miscarriage. When I came home, I got something from the city of Flint that said pregnant women and people 55 and over should not be drinking this water. But my son has really been having problems. He's only in the 1st grade, and you know, he's tested positive for lead, and they're saying that it causes behavioral problems. So we really need to get some help.
Is there anything that you really wanted to say tonight that you haven't gotten a chance to say?
Well, Lester, I spent a lot of time last week being outraged by what's happening in Flint, Michigan, and I think every single American should be outraged. We've had a city in the United States of America where the population has been drinking and bathing in lead-contaminated water.
It was her voice that let it be known, hey, they got a problem over there. We need to do something about this.
This is not merely unacceptable or wrong, though it is both. What happened in Flint is immoral.
You know, when you have somebody like that fighting for you and supporting you and saying, I've got your back, can't ask for much more, because we have been able to get things moving and we've been able to get it out there.
Now you take a picture of me and your sister, okay? Yes. Nice. His interest in cameras shows his concentration, shows his ability to follow through and focus. Yes. We need to make sure he gets a chance to learn how to do that. I'm serious. We need action now. I will not for 1 minute forget about you or forget about your children, and I will make sure in any way that I can that America stays with you too. This is the most important work we are ever called to do, to reach out in every way we can to lend that helping hand for every single person in Flint.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mayor Karen Weaver from Flint, Michigan.
Good evening. I'm Karen Weaver, and I am the mayor of the great city of Flint, Michigan. Flint is a community of 100,000 strong, hardworking people living in the birthplace of General Motors and the place where the great sit-down strike led to the creation of the United Auto Workers. Flint is also a city in crisis. 5 years ago, our Republican state government used a Michigan law to take over control of the city. In 2014, the state switched our water source to a polluted river to save a handful of dollars, causing lead contamination to leach into our drinking water, poisoning a whole community and leading to health impacts that may haunt our children for generations.
The problems in Flint are not over. The water is still not safe to drink or cook with from the tap. Our infrastructure is broken, leaking, and rusting away. Our local economy struggles to rebound, and there are many more Flints across the country where environmental issues are hurting our kids and families. Today, the help we need from our federal government to start rebuilding our drinking water infrastructure still sits blocked in the Republican-controlled U.S. Congress. I am a voice for Flint, and we need your help. Do you know who has also heard the call from Flint? Hillary Clinton. She came to Flint when the water crisis hit. She joined with our community groups, our civic leaders, and our churches. Hillary said, "I will do everything I can to help you get back up and to help you get your strength and resilience flowing through Flint again." With direct help from Hillary Clinton's team, the Flint Waterworks program is now putting the young adults of Flint into new jobs and rebuilding their own community. Hillary's wonderful daughter, Chelsea, even came to Flint to bring people together to start this work and to create new opportunities for our families. A month later, Hillary Clinton came back to Flint again and called out to say that lead poisoning, broken infrastructure, and struggling cities are a national crisis, not just a Flint crisis. She made a commitment that as president, she will work for a lead-free America. And that's why I'm with her. So join with Flint to get behind Hillary Clinton, to raise our voices for Hillary Clinton, and to make her the next president of the United States. God bless Flint and God bless America.
Please welcome members of the Congressional Black Caucus, Representative G.K. Butterfield from North Carolina, Representative Yvette Clarke from New York, Representative Andre Carson from Indiana, Representative Karen Bass from California, Representative Hakeem Jeffries from New York, and Representative Gregory Meeks from New York.
Fellow Democrats, I'm Congressman G.K. Butterfield from North Carolina. In my community, you judge a man's heart by his words and deeds. Donald J. Trump, your words have been hostile. They have been bigoted and insulting. You've used every opportunity to talk about your wealth, to denigrate people who don't hold your views, even within your own party. You are not qualified to serve as President of the United States. Instead of putting forth details to address income inequality and opportunity for everyday Americans, you use your celebrity status to paint a picture of gloom and doom. You use your status to alienate African Americans and other groups. And you would use the office of president to take our great nation in the wrong direction. You want to know why your polling numbers are so dismal among African Americans? I will tell you. We know you have gotten rich through your business, but we also know your wealth has come at the expense of other people. We know you have no plan to address issues directly affecting African American communities, such as gun violence and voting rights, historically black colleges and universities, raising the minimum wage and addressing persisting poverty. Democrats want a better future for all of our people, for all of our families. Read our platform and compare it to the Republican platform. Give us this chance. Give us this chance by electing Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine to lead our great country.
Fellow Democrats, my name is Andre Carson. I stand here today not just as a representative of the great state of Indiana, but as a young African-American Muslim and former police officer. You know, over the last year, millions of loyal, good-hearted Muslims and African Americans like me have watched the deep-seated hatred of the past once again become mainstream. Together, we have been singled out in the national spotlight as threats to be dealt with and not a part of our American family. If Donald Trump and my buddy Mike Pence have their way, this slide into hatred and bigotry will only get worse. Now, I'm from Indiana, and I have seen Mike Pence's terrible judgment up close. Pence has fought against same-sex couples having equal rights. Pence rejected federal funding for pre-K education. And for years, Pence has fought to defund Planned Parenthood both in Indiana and across this country. We cannot let the terrible judgment of Mike Pence and Donald Trump impact our civil rights. That is why we need Hillary Clinton. She believes that if every uniform makes you fear profiling and suspicion, if you watch your kids leave in the morning and wonder if they'll come home at night, you deserve compassion and understanding. Hillary Clinton is undaunted by the challenges that have plagued our communities for far too long. She stands with us, and we need you to stand with her.
Fellow Democrats, my name is Karen Bass, and I'm from California. Democrats, we have 103 days to show the nation that there is a better path for our country than the one Donald Trump offers. 103 days to ensure our nation will not side backwards to the bigotry of our past. 103 days to stop our country from giving in to the incoherent rage which Trump has taken advantage of to declare war on common sense. Donald Trump, when you take pride in your outright ignorance of world affairs, when you promise the mass deportation of Latino families, when you dismiss officer-involved shootings of African Americans, when you degrade women, Donald Trump, you unite us. are Democrats, and we embrace the full diversity of the American rainbow. Look around you, Democrats. The diversity in this room reflects all of America, not part of America, not like last week's Republican convention. My fellow Democrats, I challenge you to take all of Donald Trump's hateful energy and turn it into the fuel we need to take back the House, to take back the Senate, and to make Madam Secretary, Madam President. Thank you.
I'm Hakeem Jeffries from the great state of New York. We are here today standing on the shoulders of giants like Shirley Chisholm, Adam Clayton Powell Jr., Barbara Jordan, Charlie Rangel, and so many others who have made it possible for a kid like me to serve in the United States Congress. In November, the American people face a clear choice between the most qualified person ever to seek the presidency and the least qualified person ever to seek the presidency. It's a choice between a commander-in-chief and a bankrupter-in-chief. It's a choice between the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Hate. Donald Trump is a bounce check, but Hillary Clinton is money in the bank. She believes that America is a better place today because of the presidency of Barack Obama. She believes we should provide for the poor, work for working families, make sense for the middle class, and stand up for senior citizens. She believes we should innovate in the inner city, strengthen suburban communities, and revitalize rural America. She believes we should increase economic opportunity in the era of mass incarceration and eradicate police brutality once and for all. And she believes that whether you're black or white, Latino or Asian, Jewish or Muslim, Catholic or Protestant, gay or straight, young or old, that in this great country, every single American deserves equal protection under the law, and that's why together we're going to elect Hillary Rodham Clinton as the next president of the United States of America. God bless you.
My fellow Democrats, envision an America where you can graduate from college without crushing debt, where American manufacturing jobs are on the rise again, women are paid equally, and seniors live with the dignity and comfort thanks to a strong Social Security system, where we stand united with the conviction that we can make our great country even greater by lifting each other up, not tearing each other apart. We cannot get there with the serial divider, Donald Trump, a bottomless vessel of egotism who exploits every fault line to advance his favorite cause, himself. We can get there with Hillary Rodham Clinton, a leader with experience and statesmanship, who lived a life of public service to advance the noblest cause, our great nation. I am Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke from Brooklyn, New York. My mother, the Honorable Una Clarke, is the first Caribbean-born American woman to be elected to the New York City Council. And my congressional district was once represented by the first African Caribbean American Congresswoman, the Honorable Shirley Chisholm. So, I know a great leader when I see her. Hillary Rodham Clinton is our great leader and our next president of the United States of America.
I'm Congressman Gregory Meeks, and I'm honored to unite around our nominee and my good friend, Hillary Rodham Clinton. As a lifelong New Yorker, I've seen the two presidential candidates up close and personal. And let me tell you, Hillary offers everything that Donald Trump cannot. She fights for American workers. He refuses to pay them. She plans to make college debt-free for all. He creates a sham university to exploit others. She offers unity and forward thinking. He offers division and plans that take us backwards. Donald says, I'm always right. But the truth is, he's wrong. He's wrong for our families. He's wrong for our communities. He's wrong for our country. Hillary Clinton cares about the aspirations of all Americans. She's going to tackle income inequality, provide opportunities for the poor, and strengthen the middle class. And she's going to invest in communities that have been neglected for far too long. So, my fellow Americans, it is time for us to band together. It is time for us to work together. It is time for us to aspire for a more and a greater challenge so that we can be better ourselves. It is time for us to build a strong future for our kids and our country. And we, my fellow Americans, can do that by sending Hillary Clinton to the White House this November.
To me, you went fast asleep. You wouldn't even talk to me. You said I'm so crazy. You're so crazy. Coming home intoxicated.
Please welcome the president of Emily's List, Stephanie Shriak.
I guess that's why I'm so elated. Come on, give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby.
Years ago this November, a social worker from my home state of Montana, Jeanette Rankin, became the first woman ever elected to Congress. The first, but not the last. Once that barrier fell, there was no turning back. And over 31 years, Emily's List has helped elect hundreds more women to the House and the Senate and every other office on the ballot, except one. Hillary Clinton may be our first woman president, but she will not be our last. Once that barrier falls, it will never, ever, ever be put back up. The women we've elected haven't just brought new voices to the debate, they've brought new momentum to the progressive movement. You see, women don't just fight for women, they fight for families, they fight for fairness, inclusion, justice. No wonder Republican leaders oppose equal pay for women and refuse to stand up for working mothers trying to balance career and family. That's why they'd let your boss fire you for using birth control and force us to undergo invasive transvaginal ultrasounds. They don't respect women, they don't trust women, they want to control women. They're afraid of the change we bring, the progress we make when we get a chance to lead. And they're terrified of Hillary Clinton. Because no matter what they throw at her, they've never, ever been able to stop her. From the Children's Defense Fund to the Senate, from Little Rock to Beijing, she's fought for fairness, for inclusion, for justice, and she's won. Now they're making their last stand, not just against her, but against all of us who have worked so hard and so long to make progress in America. They're panicking, they're desperate, and that means they're dangerous. They've nominated a man who said women should be punished for having an abortion, said putting a wife to work is a dangerous thing, called us fat pigs and animals. He picked a running mate who led the fight to destroy Planned Parenthood, tried to redefine rape, suggested that mothers who work stunt the emotional growth of their kids by putting them in daycare. If they win, they'll erase every ounce of progress we've dared to make. But we have fought too hard and come too far to let that happen. Let's stand together to elect more Democratic women up and down the ballot. More women in local office, more women in the House, more women in the Senate, and enough to take the majority. Let's decide right here and now to break through that last barrier, and yes, at long last, put a woman in the White House. Hillary Clinton, our first woman president, but not our last.
In the depths of the financial recession in 2008, markets are still crashing. No one knows what's going to happen. I got a call at home in the evening, and this man, very soft-spoken man, said, "This is Harry Reid," to which my first response was, "Oh."
He is often criticized for being very blunt. I appreciate that.
He didn't like it that I never shined my shoes. He'd slip me $20 bills. He said, here's $20, because he knew I was cheap. Go shine your shoes.
Well, anyone who's ever had a phone call with Harry Reid knows that at some point you'll be talking to yourself, because he's long gone.
And he said, "Harry Reid, I want you to come to Washington and try to put some accountability into what's happening in this bailout of the big banks." And it totally changed my life.
He's relentless. Adjective that comes to mind when you say Harry Reid, fighter.
Well, yeah, I have some proud fights, real fights. Some of those I'm proud of. I remember the first person I knocked out. And then the other fights I've had not dealing with my fists.
Senator Harry Reid is telling Republicans to back off of Social Security.
Today's vote said that if you want to discriminate, it has no place in America.
And what he did with President Obama is to bring the Affordable Care Act across the finish line. He did it with barely no votes to spare.
All this stuff with health care, I think of my mom and my dad. My mom with not being able to go to a doctor, my brother breaking his leg, laying on the bed for days, writhing in pain. My mother had no teeth. As she got older, she had a few teeth, and pretty soon they were gone.
With great courage, he has stood up to the powers that be and taken on the big money interests that have so much influence in this country.
Well, Harry has always joined with me on the barricades to make sure that we were fighting for particularly the economic empowerment of women.
He is a master legislator. To see him operate is to see a master at work.
The one thing I did that I am always proud of, the first time I got money, I worked all one summer in a service station. I bought my mother some teeth. If I do nothing else in my life, I got my mother some teeth.
He's made me proud a lot of times. On a personal level, it's the way that he interacts with our children and the kind of father he is.
What Harry Reid has taught our caucus and taught me, we're a family.
Millions of people are better off for the work we did. Harry, we've had a good run. You and I, we fought the good fight, and we did it together.
You have to stand up, even if you think you're not going to win, if you think something's right.
Please welcome the Senate Democratic leader, Harry Reid from Nevada.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. I spent a lot of time in the Republican Senate, so it's nice to be in a room that respects reason and facts. I appreciate the tribute. I really do. I appreciate the tribute. But anything I've accomplished in the Senate, I owe to the great teammates I've had. My Democratic Senate caucus, Nancy Pelosi in the House, President Barack Obama, Vice President Joe Biden, and I give a never-ending tribute to our next president, Hillary Clinton. As a team, we fought for the belief that affordable health care is a right, not a privilege. As a team, we fought for the idea that you shouldn't get the bill for Wall Street's bad bets. As a team, we fought for the promise that your hard-earned Social Security is a sacred trust. Donald Trump and Mike Pence want to put insurance companies back in charge of your health. Donald Trump and Mike Pence want to let big banks run wild again. And Donald Trump and Mike Pence want to gamble with your retirement benefits in the stock market. Republicans want to tear down the pillars of middle-class security. We won't let that happen. And I have never seen anything more craven than Mitch McConnell and what he's done to our democracy. His Republican Party decided that the answer to hardworking American dreams is to slander our African American president, stoke fear of Muslims, sow hatred of Latinos, insult Asians, and of course, wage war against women. In other words, the only thing Republicans like Mitch McConnell have accomplished is setting the stage for a hateful con man, Donald Trump. When Trump decided to run for president, he probably said to himself, I'm an egomaniac. I don't believe in science. I think women are inferior. Where would I feel at home? We know where that is. Parents, you're right to worry about your children hearing what comes out of Donald Trump's mouth. Republicans, you should have been careful also, because Donald Trump learned it from watching you. You know, they say they believe in country first. What a joke. Republicans who won't stand up to Trump believe in one thing and one thing only: party first. And this year, 2016, they've gone even further, nominating the poster child of me first. Trump knew that hateful rhetoric and dangerous policies are the way to win in today's GOP. But that's not how you win in America. And that's not how America wins in the world. Democrats know we win with an economy that works for everybody, with a strong, smart national security that values our allies and doesn't invite a cyber attack on our country. And we know winning is the work of a team. With Hillary in the White House and a majority in the Senate, Democrats will keep fighting for immigration reform that keeps America true, clean energy that keeps America strong, and a Supreme Court that keeps America just, and background checks for gun buyers and an assault weapons ban that keeps America safe. Since my boxing days, I fought my share of fights. In my 50 years of fighting for Nevadans, I've also realized a leader is actually a corner man. A corner man, someone who stands on your side, who has your back in a fight. Middle-class families fighting to give your kids a better life. Democrats stand in your corner. Americans fighting for the equality and respect our nation promises you. We're in your corner. New Americans risking everything to get here and then fighting to make it here. We're in your corner. You're the ones fighting the hardest fights. You're the ones who need leaders in your corner. Leaders like my forever friend, Bernie Sanders. Leaders like Catherine Cortez Masto, who's going to help Democrats take back the Senate. Leaders who never back down. And oh, do we love Tim Kaine. We really do. Leaders who have had your back their whole lives, like Hillary Clinton, the most qualified and prepared candidate in the history of America. In a few months, I'll be stepping out of the ring one last time. But Democrats will always, always be in your corner. So together, let's keep fighting together, fighting the good fight. Thank you very much.
Please welcome California Lieutenant Governor Gavin Newsom.
Well, I'm Gavin Newsom, and I'm a proud Democrat from the great state of California. I'm proud because today's California is strong and getting stronger. It's a jet-propelled engine of job creation, a home court for creativity around the world. And we've done it not just through innovation, but we've done it by inclusion. We're pro-immigrant, pro-environment, pro-women, pro-workers, and proudly pro-gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender. We aren't We aren't the Golden State despite our values. We're the Golden State because of them. At our best, we don't tolerate our diversity. At our best, we celebrate it. Those values of liberty, diversity, and opportunity, those are fundamentally American values. And those values are under attack not just by enemies abroad, but by a GOP that has moved its fear-mongering fringe to center stage. What Donald Trump presented last week, it wasn't political discourse. It wasn't even political incorrectness. What Trump presented last week was defeatist and retreatist. Never has a speech been so long with so little substance, so little science, so little humanity, humor, or so little hope. His hostile takeover of the American dream is built on two fundamental lies: that America is a dark and desperate place, and that he has a kind of plan to make it better. Trump strangled the sunny optimism of Ronald Reagan and replaced tear down that wall with the cynical bigotry of build that wall. Contempt for the Constitution, inhumane mass deportation, malice towards different views and different hues. Those are disqualifications from any office, let alone the highest office in the land. And Democrats, while it was refreshing to finally see an openly gay man speak at a Republican convention, it doesn't remove the stain of selecting Mike Pence, America's most anti-LGBT governor. Pence has supported overt discrimination. He's even advocated for diverting taxpayer dollars to so-called conversion therapy. Now, make no mistake, conversion therapy is not about praying away the gay. It's an emotional torture against our most innocent citizens, our children. Telling them that to live, they must lie. Lie about who they are and lie about who they love. That is fundamentally un-American. So the age-old choice, it's never been more clear. We can live our fears or we can live our dreams. Hillary Clinton has dedicated her entire life to putting the American dream within reach. She believes in diversity over division, the hard work of pluralism over the illusion of differences. And as a father of four, I want to say this. I want to say something to all the children who are watching, all the children that are listening at home. When you hear people say that you and your family don't matter because of who you are or where you come from or what you look like or who you love, I want you to know one thing, that the people in this room, the people all across this country, believe that you matter. Hillary Clinton believes that you matter. We believe that you belong here. We need you here. We believe that you can be whoever you are and become whatever you want to be. And we're going to fight for you. We're going to fight for you not just over the next 100 days, but over the next 100 years, because no matter what people tell you, that's what America is all about. That's what makes America great. Thank you all.
I raised almost $6 million for the veterans, including putting up $1 million of my own money.
Despite claiming for months that he raised and donated $6 million for veterans groups, the Washington Post reports yesterday that Donald Trump has not, in fact, done that.
It turns out Trump never actually made good on that donation.
He's never cared about veterans before he decided to run for president. He's trying to hide behind veterans, use veterans, and it wasn't until after he was exposed that he decided he was going to write this check.
It took the press to push you to release that money after 4 months of saying you'd already done it.
More than a month after this event, Chris, is
we can only account for $800,000 of the supposed $6 million raised.
But we saw again that he doesn't like to be reminded about what he said before.
Donald Trump himself, I think he said he was going to pitch in $1 million. We don't even know where that $1 million is right now.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you.
You know, the remarks were so crude, ignorant, personal, and completely unnecessary.
Here are some of the terms his opponents used to describe Trump's comments: absurd, ridiculous, idiotic, and even the Republican National Committee is now suggesting there's no place in the party for his kind of talk.
Governor Perry says these comments disqualify Trump to be commander-in-chief. Do you agree?
I do agree.
Please welcome Representative Ruben Gallego from Arizona.
Thank you, thank you. These days, some people call me Congressman, but the proudest title I've ever had is that of United States Marine. I served in the legendary Lima Company 325 out of Ohio. Deployed alongside me, the son of Latino immigrants, were Native Americans, African Americans, Midwestern white boys, and I know this comes as a complete shock to Donald Trump, but Muslim Americans as well. When we were kicking in doors, looking for insurgents in Iraq, we didn't care about each other's race or religion. We fought together, we laughed together, and we mourned together. Patriotism, service, and sacrifice, keeping your word, those are the values of the United States Marine Corps. Those are American values. Those are not Donald Trump's values. Donald Trump is a man who questions the loyalty of those who served our country without ever himself serving. That's not patriotic. Service and sacrifice. Donald Trump says about Senator McCain, he, quote, likes people who weren't captured. As a Marine, as an Arizonan, as an American, I am offended. When it comes to honoring the service of our troops, reservists have said Trump businesses fired them for missing work because of their duties. That's not just illegal, it's immoral. Instead of keeping his word to veterans, he's used them as an excuse to back out of debate, then failed for months to deliver on the donations he promised to those veterans. One of my fellow Marines called Trump University a complete con. I'd say the same thing about Donald Trump himself. Donald Trump is a scam artist. He is trying to pull off the ultimate scam, pretending he cares about veterans. Hillary Clinton is the real deal. She fought for the post-9/11 GI Bill while in the Senate to send our veterans to college. She extended health insurance to America's reservists, and she has a real plan to combat veterans' homelessness. Meanwhile, when Trump saw disabled veterans legally selling merchandise in front of his properties, he said their work was seriously downgrading the area. Let me tell you something, Donald. Our veterans don't downgrade your real estate, they upgrade our country. Donald praises dictators and insults our allies. His foreign policy would be based on false bravado and bluster. I know the importance of a commander-in-chief who makes thoughtful decisions with the most important power they have, to send our men and women in uniform into battle. We need a president who honors the service of troops abroad and who respects their sacrifice when they come home. A leader who provides steady leadership and protect American values. We need Hillary Clinton as the next president of the United States. Thank you.
If I
had to describe Pat in one word, it would be loving. We grew up together. We got married when we were 21. He was a family man. Whatever little time he was able to spend with us, he was just eating it up, especially when Brisa was born. Whatever he could do to help and protect, that's what he wanted to do. It's one of the reasons why I fell in love with him. And he realized that he could do that and fly if he joined the Army. He took that job very seriously, but anytime he was home, he answered to that little girl. We were his world. Patrick was in Iraq in 2004. His unit was called out to do a search and rescue. Patrick crashed trying to save the lives of others. I was just the kind of person he was. I was numb. I lost my husband. I lost my best friend. And my daughter lost her dad. Losing Pat really shook our foundation. You know, it's just me and Brisa. And I was like, okay, what do we do now? Hillary Clinton's actions in the Senate released some of that financial stress. It enabled me to focus solely on me and my daughter, to heal, to give her a stable home. What Hillary has done for our family and other military families, words can't even describe it. She understands what our country needs. 12 years ago, she understood what our families needed. She has the gumption to get things done. And that's exactly what you want in our president.
Please welcome Jamie Dorff from Leander, Texas.
Thank you. I will never forget the moment I heard that Patrick's helicopter did not return. In an instant, the life I knew was destroyed. The partner I loved gone. My daughter's father taken away forever. I never felt more scared or alone than I did then. I wondered what Christmas and birthdays would look like. But half a country away, a United States Senator was looking out for me and countless others like me. Her name was Hillary Clinton. You see, before Hillary took office, the families of fallen soldiers received $12,000. And yet, when you need to bury your best friend, when you need to raise a child on your own, when you need to rebuild your life from rubble, $12,000 doesn't go far. Hillary understood, so she did something about it. Without fuss or fanfare, she worked across party lines. She led Congress to increase survivor benefits to $100,000. And it made all the difference in the world. Looking back on it, I didn't even realize who was responsible. And when I did learn about Hillary's work, I didn't see her as a Democrat or Republican. I simply saw a fighter for people like us, for families like mine. She stood up for the principle that a family's personal tragedy must not be a financial tragedy as well. Today, my daughter is finishing high school. She's completing my degree. I'm completing my degree in emergency crisis management, committed to serving my country in the best way that I can. And our family is making it, step by step, day by day. Hillary Clinton has fought for families like mine each and every day of her career. This is a woman who I have never met, whose life could not be any more different than my own, but who has stood with my family and me over and over again. Hillary has always been with me in bad times and in worse. And that's why I am with her. Thank you.
Please welcome the Mayor of Detroit, Mike Duggan.
Well, good evening, Philadelphia. And to the home city, thank you so much for the extraordinary hospitality you've shown us all week. To my friends in Michigan, thank you for that reception. I was born in Detroit, and for decades I've watched our city lose tens of thousands of jobs. I'm 58 years old, and the population of Detroit has declined every single year I've been alive. But that's changing now, as our city's recovery is fueled by a renewed spirit of unity and a commitment to creating a comeback that includes all Detroiters. That's the idea that drives us, and it drives Hillary Clinton, because when she looks at Detroit and every other city in America, she sees the opportunity to create an economy in which everyone benefits. That's the strong, steady leadership America needs. When I ran for mayor of Detroit, I ran on a central message that said, we're going to end our historic divisions. And every night for an entire year, I finished every event by saying this: we are going to build a Detroit where it no longer matters if you are black, brown, or white, where it no longer matters if you're Christian, Jewish, or Muslim, where it no longer matters if you're gay or straight, or whether you're an immigrant or you were born in the city of Detroit. Everybody will be equally valued, and everyone will have real opportunity. And with my partners on Detroit City Council and the Council President Brenda Jones, that's the city that's starting to emerge. Detroit is 18 months out of bankruptcy, something Donald Trump knows a little bit about. But unlike Donald Trump, Detroit is only going to do bankruptcy once. Thanks to a great partnership with President Obama, Vice President Biden, and the administration's extraordinary economic record of creating 14 million new jobs, jobs are returning to Detroit. New auto plants and businesses are opening. And Detroit's unemployment rate has been cut in half. People are moving back to our city in huge numbers. But Detroit's true test is the same test facing the next president. Are we creating an economy that works for everyone, or just for those at the top? And in 4 nights of speeches in Cleveland, did you hear a single idea on how to do that? Did you hear any plan to protect working families? No, you heard insults and fear-mongering. You heard angry, irrational rhetoric, parroting of slogans stitched on hats. Compare that to what you've heard and what you're going to hear from Hillary Clinton. Creating good-paying jobs by investing in infrastructure and clean energy. Offering tax credits to companies that create real job training through new apprenticeships. She wants to make college debt-free, and she wants to reward companies that share profits with their employees. Because Hillary Clinton knows the best way to bring our cities back is to give our citizens a real chance at good-paying jobs. That's why I want to help her become the next president of the United States. I'm mayor because the power of people getting engaged, and no matter where you live, you can impact this election every day by downloading the Hillary app. Text app to 47246. So get out there, register your friends, volunteer, and this November, please cast your vote for Hillary Clinton. Thank you.
But I'm good at war. I've had a lot of wars of my own. I'm really good at war. I love war in a certain way.
Please welcome Martin O'Malley from Maryland.
Thank you.
My fellow Americans, President of the United States is the toughest job in the world. And I come here before you as a man who knows Hillary Clinton well. I have worked alongside her, and I have competed against her. And I'm here to tell you that Hillary Clinton is as tough as they come. She will stand up to ISIS. She will stand up to the Russians. And with Tim Kaine at her side, she will never stop fighting for our children and our families. Because Hillary Clinton knows when our families are strong, America is strong. Now, Donald Trump, he's a different story. He will not fight for us. He feeds off of economic fears and failures, stirs up false divisions and ancient hates, turns anger into a political weapon. But my friends, anger never fed a hungry child, did it? Anger never protected a family's home or sent a kid to college. Anger never built a great republic. I say, to hell with Trump's American nightmare. We believe in the American dream. We believe, as Hillary Clinton believes, that no American family who works hard should have to raise their children in poverty. Donald Trump, on the other hand, has actually said, quote, wages are too high. Wages are too high. Really, Donald? I'll tell you what's too high. College tuition is too high. I'll tell you what's too high. The cost of childcare, that's too high. The number of American children who live in poverty, that's too high. Donald Trump's opinion of himself, that's way too high. You see, actually, Donald, American wages, in fact, are too low. Our economy isn't money, it is people. It is all about people. And Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine will fight to make sure that every family who's willing to work hard can actually get ahead again in America. On climate change, like you and me, and in fact, like our children and grandchildren, Hillary Clinton believes in science. She understands that climate change is not only a real threat, it's also the greatest job creation opportunity to come to the United States in 100 years. Now, Donald Trump, on the other hand, does not believe in science. He says, and again I quote, "The concept of global warming was created by and for the Chinese." I'll tell you what, if the Chinese were really capable of designing some kind of diabolical farce to hurt America, they wouldn't invent global warming, they'd invent Donald Trump. This much we know for sure. Donald Trump has been a bully his whole life. But here's what I learned in elementary school on the playgrounds. Bullies are really just cowards in disguise. The America we love does not engage in torture. The America we love does not build walls and shameful for-profit prisons. The America we love does not lock up women and children in disgraceful immigrant detention camps. Unlike that immigrant-bashing carnival barker Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton understands the enduring symbol of the United States of America is not the barbed wire fence, it is the Statue of Liberty. And so, my fellow Democrats, anger and fear had their moment last week, but now it is our time. Time to stand up for each other. Stand up for our shared promise. Stand up for the goodness and the hope in every American heart. It's time to put a bully racist in his place and a tough woman in hers. The White House, Hillary Clinton, Tim Kaine, forward together, stronger together. The country we carry in our hearts is waiting.
Please welcome Sigourney Weaver.
Wow. You guys are a dazzling sight. I am here tonight, like you, because of my passionate commitment to our amazing democracy. And as an American, I am also deeply concerned about my family's future, indeed about our shared future as a nation, because that future is at risk. You see, when we talk about greenhouse gases and warming temperatures, or deadlier droughts, even more destructive storms, what we're really talking about is people. They're the people you're going to see in a few moments. People whose lives are affected by climate change right here in America, right now. Like a rancher in Texas who's losing his herd of cattle because there's no grass for them to eat. Or a farmer in Kansas whose crops are dying because there's no rain. Or my fellow New Yorker, a mom in New York City who lost her young daughter in Sandy in a flood made far worse by rising sea levels. Can Donald Trump look these people in the eye and tell them climate change is a hoax and that there's nothing we can do, that he doesn't care about their pain? This is a moment when we as a nation have to decide whether we will ignore the facts and allow people to continue to suffer, or whether we will come together to do what's right. Because as we all know, when Americans come together, there is nothing we can't accomplish. Hillary Clinton, she gets it. She cares. She is committed. She understands that taking a stand against climate change, it's not about politics. It is about our moral obligation to one another and to our children and to the generations that will one day inherit this beautiful earth.
We all know it's happening. It's real. It's happening now. The droughts, the storms, the floods, the fires, the record heat waves. This is not something we've seen before.
There is a wake-up call here. There's a reality that has existed for a long time that we've been blind to.
This breaks my heart. We shouldn't have to be going through this. It's not our fault.
I thought it needed to rain last year. I thought it was just another dry spell and we'd be out of it, but it's more than a dry spell.
The harvest was done in Kansas almost by the time it normally started. It was like somebody flipped a switch. And it quit raining, it got warm, and it just stayed that way.
Crops are failing, food prices are rising, communities are threatened, our children are at risk.
2015 was the worst wildfire season on record, with more than 10 million acres burned.
Because of global warming, mountain snow now melts earlier each year. And when that happens, the ground dries up earlier too. How much do you think has to do with global warming?
You can't deny the fact that it's getting warmer and drier.
It had over the last century was an extra foot of sea level, largely as a result of climate change.
She said, "Mommy, hold me, I'm scared." And I did, I held her. And then a wave started coming up over me. I felt the water rising, and we went under. And I knew I lost her immediately because I knew she couldn't get up again.
I'm a Christian. I'm conservative in many ways. And I also believe that climate change is real. A thermometer is not Republican. A thermometer is not Democrat.
Eventually Miami will be underwater. It's just a matter of when.
The sea level is going to rise, and Miami won't be here when it rises.
There is no doubt that climate change is a threat to our national security.
We all know that human activities are changing the atmosphere in unexpected and in unprecedented ways.
If I may use a strong word, I would say that we are at the limits of suicide.
This is the painful reality of a world radically altered by climate change. It's not reality TV. Make no mistake, Trump's reckless denial of climate change is dangerous. A threat to your livelihood, your safety, your children, and the prosperity of this nation.
All of this with the global warming and that, a lot of it's a hoax. It's a hoax.
There's no doubt in my mind the damage from Sandy was worse because global warming caused the sea level to be higher.
I am not a believer in climate change.
We used to have seasons back then.
Right.
Now we don't.
We're going to cancel the Paris Climate Agreement.
The same people that don't want to believe in that science believe in science when they need to take a pill.
And we're getting warmer faster and faster. We're heading into an unknown future like we have never put ourselves in before.
Speaking of global warming, we need some global warming. It's freezing.
We are the first generation to feel the sting of climate change, and we are the last generation that can do something about it.
As Americans, we face challenges head-on. Our country is ready to tackle the challenge of climate change. Together, we can make America the world's clean energy superpower.
I heard you say that you think they're beautiful because of what they symbolize.
Yeah, what they represent. The ability to generate electricity without putting carbon in the air.
We can run our homes, our cars, our businesses on clean power and create millions of new jobs doing it. 500 million solar panels across the country in the next 4 years, and enough renewable energy to power every home in America within the next 10. I'm not going to let anyone take us backward, deny our clean energy future, or hand our children a dangerous world destabilized by climate change. Together, we can do this. For our future, for our children.
Please welcome Governor Jerry Brown from California.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. As we just saw, that sounds good. But I only got 5 minutes, so I gotta get going here. As we just saw, climate change is unlike any other threat we humans face. It's overarching and affects the entire Earth and all living things. It's slow, it's relentless, it is subject to irreversible tipping points and vast unknowns. Combating climate change, the existential threat of our time, will take heroic effort on the part of many people and many nations. Make no mistake, climate change is real. The vast majority of world leaders and climate scientists, like those at NASA and the Department of Defense, indeed, almost anyone who chooses to think, believes in the science of climate change and sees the moral imperative to take action. But you wouldn't know it by listening to Donald Trump. Last week at the Republican convention, for 76 long and painful minutes, Trump conjured up a host of dark threats, but never once mentioned the words climate change or global warming. What do you expect? Trump represents a party with officials who have banned state employees from even using those words in Florida, and who else knows where else. Trump says global warming is a hoax. I say Trump is a fraud. Trump says there's no drought in California. I say Trump lies. So it's not surprising that Trump chose as his running mate a man who denies there's such a thing as evolution. Rarely in American history have two parties diverged so profoundly. Even the know-nothing, anti-immigrant party of the 1850s did not stray this far into sheer ignorance and dark fantasy, have had the Republicans and their leader Donald Trump. Our candidate, Hillary Clinton, couldn't be more different. While Trump talks and talks and talks, Hillary does stuff. She fights for us on the big issues. As Secretary of State, she paved the way for the historic Paris Climate Agreement, an agreement which 200 nations, including China and India, enthusiastically embraced. And Mr. Trump, he says, the world be damned, I'm tearing it up. Hillary's the one who launched the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, a group of nations taking action to reduce black carbon and other super climate pollutants, which cause severe heart and lung damage. And from her first day in office, President Hillary Clinton will do what's needed to combat climate change and lead the clean energy revolution. And yes, we do need a revolution, and we're going to get one. We know something about that in California. We have solar, wind, zero-emission cars, energy efficiency, and yes, a price on carbon. We're proving that even with the toughest climate laws in the country, our economy in California is growing faster than almost any nation in the whole world. Mr. Trump and those who live in climate denial say otherwise. They tell us we have to choose between saving the economy and saving the planet. Donald Trump and the climate deniers are dead wrong, dangerously wrong. What America needs today are not deniers, but leaders. Not division, but common purpose. Not bombast, but bold action. That's why we need Hillary. And that's why the American people will choose her as the next President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome Lee Daniels.
I'm here because the next President of the United States invited me. I was a little scared at first. I wondered if Hillary really knew who I was. Not just the work I do in entertainment, but who I really am. Who is Lee Daniels? Does she know that my sister's under house arrest? Does she know that my brother's Maynard is in jail? Does she know that my nephew is in jail? That my cousins are in and out of jail? That my father was a police officer, shot and murdered right here in Philadelphia when I was 15? Does she even know that I've been to jail? That's the America I know. And still I rise. It hit me like a brick. Hillary knows me. She knows me. And that's what gave me the courage to come and speak in front of y'all tonight. Hillary has stood with families of people who died due to gun violence. She's helped turn their heartache into action. I wish she was around for me when my dad died. Hillary understands our right to bear guns, but wants to stop guns from getting into the wrong hands. You guys, 33,000 Americans die each year from gun violence. That's 90 people a day. Enough. We need to take action, and we need to take action now. There's only one candidate willing to take on gun violence. There's only one candidate willing to take on the gun lobby and keep our families safe. I'm bad at this teleprompter stuff. And for that millennial who comes from where I come from, who doesn't think that you have a voice, you do. And there ain't no choice. This is the most important election of our lifetime. Come November, vote for her. May God bless you, Hillary Clinton, and God bless America.
It takes about 5 minutes for a church bell to ring 49 times. I know this because last month, my son Christopher, his boyfriend Juan, and 47 others were murdered at a club in Orlando. Christopher was my only child. As I used to tell him, you can't do better than perfect. He had so many friends, two of whom are here tonight representing hundreds and hundreds more. All his life, he brought people together. In high school, he won the Anne Frank Humanitarian Award for starting the Gay-Straight Alliance. Christopher's paternal grandparents met and fell in love in a Japanese internment camp. So it was in his DNA that love always trumps hate. Christopher was a big Hillary supporter. That's why I'm here, so that I can tell you about the day he was born. At the time, I was a Michigan State Trooper. When I went into labor, the hospital put my off-duty gun in a safe. I didn't argue. I know common sense gun policies save lives. The weapon that murdered my son fires 30 rounds in 1 minute. An Orlando City Commissioner pointed out the terrible math. 1 minute for a gun to fire so many shots, 5 minutes for a bell to honor so many lives. I'm glad common sense gun policy was in place the day Christopher was born. But where was that common sense the day he died? I never want you to ask that question about your child. That's why I support Hillary Clinton.
Please welcome Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut.
Thank you very much. Thank you. There are days when I wish I hadn't been there. There are moments when I try to forget the things that I saw, the things that I heard that soul-crushing morning at the firehouse in Sandy Hook, Connecticut. The grief, the unending, mind-altering, paralyzing sorrow that comes with losing a child to gun violence, it is unimaginable, and only those who live it know it. In Newtown, Connecticut, families of 20 first graders and their 6 teachers, they live with it every minute of every day. And across the country, each day, unbelievably, 90 families join them. My oldest son is the same age as those kids in Sandy Hook. He just finished first grade. My wife and I are the same age as those parents. And I am furious. I am furious that in 3 years since Sandy Hook, 3 years of almost daily bloodshed in our cities, the Republican Congress has done absolutely nothing to prevent the next massacre. It stokes inside me a sense of outrage that I've never felt before. And that's what drove me to stand on the floor of the United States Senate for 15 hours to demand change. And I'm here today because I want a president who shares that same sense of outrage. Outrage that the gun lobby fights to keep open glaring loopholes that 90% of Americans want closed. Outrage that a suspected terrorist can walk into a gun store and walk out with a military-style semi-automatic weapon. Now, Hillary Clinton, she didn't have to make fighting gun violence a centerpiece of her campaign. Frankly, I'm sure people told her that it wasn't worth the political risk. But she held firm. She stood up to the NRA, and Hillary Clinton pledged to take Washington back from the gun lobby. And Donald Trump, when he sees gun violence devastating our communities, it's just like everything else. He sees it as an opportunity. Another opportunity to convince Americans that they should fear one another. Another opportunity to do the bidding of the gun lobby. Listen, 90% of Americans want our background check system strengthened and expanded to cover more gun sales so that dangerous weapons don't fall into the wrong hands. But Trump says that in his first hour in the Oval Office, he'll roll back safeguards that we already have. And even more sinister, Trump said that by the end of his first day in office, he'll mandate that every school in America allow guns in their classroom. Think about that for a moment. Of all of the things that Donald Trump could have promised to do on his first day in office, he chose weakening background checks and putting guns in elementary schools. This is a fate that we cannot accept. And so, my friends, there is no reason to feel helpless about the horrifying trajectory of cascading massacres. Because you know what? We can change this. Smart gun policy, like background checks, it can make this country safer. Now, I stood on the floor of the United States Senate for 15 hours because I had had enough. Enough of children dying in our classrooms. Enough of the nightly bloodshed on our city streets. Enough of our police officers being outgunned, ambushed, and cut down in the line of duty. I've had enough. And friends, it is time to take Washington back from the gun lobby. And I know just how to do it. I want you to start by texting the word laws to 47246. You're going to learn there about the dangerous loopholes in our gun laws. You are going to turn yourself into an activist, and then you are going to go and elect Hillary Clinton as the next president of the United States, because she is a leader who has the empathy and the guts to declare with every fiber in her being that we have had enough. Thank you.
My wedding was one of the last things I planned with my mom. It was a very bittersweet day because it's just all one big reminder of the giant hole where she used to be. My mom was my best friend. My mom was very much the type of principal who knew the name of every child in that school. She knew their siblings and she knew their parents, and she probably could tell you how many dogs and what breed they were. On the morning of December 14th, I got an emergency alert that said there's a shooting at Sandy Hook. I grabbed my purse and I grabbed my keys and I just went storming to the car. I just kept thinking, this isn't real. You know, like I knew that I was gonna wake up from a bad dream. And we waited and waited and waited, and they told us, if you're in this room, it's because your family member's not coming out. And it wasn't until the first time I saw it in writing, age 47, Dawn Lafferty Hochsprung, female, deceased, cause of death, multiple gunshot wounds, that I realized my mom didn't die. My mom was murdered. And that made me angry. And that made me act. Hillary Clinton is the only candidate that has what it takes to take on the gun lobby. No one is fighting harder to reform our gun laws than Hillary. She reminds me of my mother. She isn't scared of anything. That's why I believe in her. That's why millions of other Americans believe in her. There's finally someone who can change things.
Please welcome Erica Smigelski from Prospect, Connecticut.
I should not be here tonight. I don't want to be here tonight. I should be home like so many Americans watching on TV with my mother as we nominate the first woman to be President of the United States. But my mom was murdered, so I'm here. I'm here for the mothers and daughters who are planning weddings so that you get to watch your daughters walk down the aisle. I'm here for those lives cut short in a school, in a movie theater, in a church, at work, in their neighborhoods or homes, because those voices should never be silenced. I'm here alone without my mother. Well, too many politicians cower behind the gun lobby instead of standing with American families. We don't need another Charleston or San Bernardino or Dallas or countless other acts of everyday gun violence that don't make the headlines. We don't need our teachers and principals going to work in fear. What we need is another mother who's willing to do what's right, whose bravery can live up in equal measure to my mom's. What we need is to elect Hillary Clinton as the 45th President of the United States of America so that no other daughter ever has to say, I would give every single day that I have left for just one more day with my mom.
Please welcome Charles Ramsey.
When I was Philadelphia Police Commissioner, we mourned eight police officers that were killed in the line of duty. After the attacks on police in Dallas and Baton Rouge, an entire nation mourned 8 more. After 47 years in law enforcement in Chicago, Washington, D.C., and Philadelphia, I've mourned far too many officers killed by guns. And as a nation, we've mourned far too many innocent people that have fallen victim to gun violence. I'm here to say we need more than grieving to protect our law enforcement officers and to serve the memory of those heroes who have fallen. We need common sense measures to reduce gun violence. Police need these common sense measures and a leader who will fight for them. I grew up in the Inglewood neighborhood on the south side of Chicago. The haze of gun violence hangs heavy there. My brother's best friend was murdered not 50 feet from our house. He had refused to join a gang. A few years later, in that same location, a Chicago police officer was shot dead in almost the same spot. He had been filling out a report in his patrol car when he was murdered by 3 gang members. Gun violence isn't unique to Inglewood. It continues to visit neighborhoods across the United States. During my years in policing, I've seen the crime scenes. I've seen the grieving families, including families of police officers that were killed. I've seen the cost of gun violence. Now, more than ever, we need a strong, steady leader to stop the bloodshed. A leader that'll protect our officers from being outgunned by weapons of war, and to rebuild the bonds between police and communities. That's why I'm with Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton is a strong leader to protect our cops and communities from gun violence. She has stood with our first responders when we needed her most in the days after 9/11 to make sure they got the benefits they had earned. And today, she supports comprehensive background checks and the assault weapons ban. Those who aim to do harm shouldn't get a handgun, let alone an assault rifle. Hillary Clinton is the steady leader to shepherd us through this critical time. The bonds between law enforcement and communities are frayed, but we can't play to America's worst fears. We need to champion our greatest hopes. Hillary will. She'll bring police and communities closer together. She'll support those who feel forgotten and challenge areas like the south side of Chicago, southeast D.C., and North Philadelphia. And she'll support dedicated police officers working to improve their communities. Important as ever, Hillary Clinton will build bridges between communities and police. And ladies and gentlemen, that's better than building walls. Hillary Clinton is the right person to become the 45th President of the United States of America. She will work to strengthen the bonds of trust between police and the communities they serve. That's why she has my vote. May God bless all of you. May God bless the men and women of law enforcement. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome Angela Bassett.
Thank you, thank you. They were gathered to pray. He walked in, an outsider, a stranger, and they welcomed him. But then he opened fire. He stole their lives. Reverend Clementa Pinckney, Cynthia Hurd, Sharonda Coleman Singleton, Tywanza Sanders, Myra Thompson, Ethel Lee Lance, Susie Jackson, Daniel Simmons, DePayne Middleton Doctor. We say their names, but that is not enough, is it? Since the massacre at Charleston's Emmanuel AME Church, more lives have been destroyed by gun violence, and hatred still threatens to tear us apart. After Charleston, Hillary Clinton challenged all of us to turn our grief into action, and we have to do that. Still, there are days when it feels like our bodies and our minds are under too much pressure. Then I remember that we have souls too, and I thank God that our souls are on fire. I visited Charleston this year, and I can tell you that that city's soul is on fire. That soul burns with resilience. It fuels their resistance. It brought down the Confederate flag, and it brings the Charleston community closer together every day. Now, we are honored to have Charleston survivors Felicia Sanders and Polly Shepard here with us tonight. Please join me in welcoming them.
Good evening. My son's last words were, "We mean you no harm." Tywanza, my hero. 2 days later, I forgave the shooter who murdered him. Hate destroys those who harbor it. I refuse to let hate destroy me. Though I have asked, how was he able to purchase the gun he used to kill so many? After that fateful day, Hillary Clinton called on lawmakers to close the Charleston loophole. Because of the loophole, even though the shooter had an arrest record, when it didn't surface and 3 days passed, he can still buy that gun. No one should feel what I've seen. No one should feel, how we suffered. The Bible tells us that if we humble ourselves, pray, and turn from our wicked ways, God will forgive us and heal our land. Let us heed God's word, and in turn, may God heal our nation.
Amen. To heal, we must forgive. That's what I've learned this past year. The shooter in Charleston had hate in his heart. The shooter in Orlando had hate in his heart. And the shooter in Dallas did too. So much hate. Too much. But as Scripture says, love never fails. So I choose love. And in this election, I choose Hillary Clinton. Hillary was in South Carolina the day before the shooting. And in the days that followed, she talked about the hatred in our nation, the racism, the injustice. She said that we can't hide from these truths. She called on us to name them and own them and then change them. Together, we can fight for that change. Together, we can heal. Together, we can love. Thank you.
Please welcome U.S. Navy Captain Mark Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It is so great to be here in the great city of Philadelphia. And I speak to you tonight as the proud son of 2 New Jersey police officers. As a veteran of 39 combat missions during Operation Desert Storm, and of 25 years in the United States Navy. And as a former NASA astronaut who flew 4 missions into space, you know, my decades as a pilot, military officer, and astronaut gave me a unique perspective on our world. I saw our country at its best. I also saw humanity at its worst. From the cockpit of my A6 Intruder, I saw America lead the international coalition that defeated Saddam Hussein. I also saw the devastating effects of war itself. From orbit, I saw our planet as a perfect blue marble just floating there in the blackness of space. But I also saw receding glaciers and shrinking rainforests. At war and in space, I saw the awesome extent of American power and capability. But it was so frustrating to return home and see how we struggle to address some of our greatest challenges. Just as Hillary is prepared to defeat ISIS, advance our values, and protect our freedoms, Hillary is ready to take on one of our country's greatest moral failures here at home, and that is the gun violence that is tearing so many of our communities apart. We have to do better, and Hillary knows we can. Hillary knows that we can save lives by doing more to keep guns out of the wrong hands. And we know that as president, she will do what is right for our nation, not what is politically expedient. She'll stand up to the Washington gun lobby that works to protect the shameful status quo. So if we want to leave our kids and grandkids a country with less gun violence, not more, then we need to make sure that Hillary Clinton is our next president.
Now, I want to introduce you to somebody who is working to do just that. Someone who has taught me each and every single day to deny the acceptance of failure, somebody who doesn't give up, and someone who believes, like Hillary does, that we are all stronger together. My wife, the awesome Congresswoman Gabby Giffords.
What a crowd! I'm honored to be here today. We have important work ahead of us, work that will determine the future of our country. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm ready. In Congress, I learned a powerful lesson. Strong women get things done. Hillary is tough. Hillary is courageous. She will fight to make our families safer. In the White House, she will stand up to the gun lobby. That's why I'm voting for Hillary. Speaking is difficult for me, but come January, I want to say these two words, Madam President. Thank you very much.
I don't want to mess up your dress. Oh, no, you're not. I feel more comfortable. Yeah.
Please welcome the brightest voices of Broadway to sing in tribute to the lives affected by gun violence. A live performance of the song, What the World Needs Now is Love.
What the world needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for some, but for everyone.
Lord, we don't need another mountain. There are mountains and hillsides enough to climb.
There are oceans and rivers
Enough to cross, enough to last,
to last till the end of time. What the world needs now, love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for some,
Lord, we don't need another meadow. There are cornfields and wheat fields enough to grow.
there are sunbeams and moonbeams enough to shine.
Oh, listen, Lord, if you wanna know, if you wanna know.
Thing that there's just too little of.
What the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for some,
but for what the world needs now is love, sweet love. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. What the world needs now is love, sweet love.
What the
world needs now is love, sweet love. The world needs sweet love, 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 love,
The greatest part of the president's job is to make decisions. He can't pass the buck to anybody. No one else can do the deciding for him. There is no job like it on the face of the earth. In the power which is concentrated here at this desk, and in the responsibility and difficulty of the decision. 60 GOP national security experts signed a scathing open letter opposing Trump, calls Trump's vision of American power and influence, quote, wildly inconsistent and unmoored in principle.
If he governs in any way consistent with some of the things he said as a candidate, I would be very frightened.
He has neither the temperament nor the judgment to be president.
Say this flat out. Donald Trump is unfit to be president of the United States.
He's not fit to be president of the United States.
I know something of the solemn responsibility of leading. We must use our power wisely.
I think there are many people in the upper echelons of the military that are very concerned, not only about some of the things that Mr. Trump has already said he's going to ask the military to do, but more importantly, I think there's an inability for Mr. Trump, at least the way it's been seen, to take advice.
And on what basis is he going to make his decisions? It certainly won't be on any sort of deep knowledge of foreign affairs and national security, because he doesn't have any.
He seems to think that he has all the answers, and that he doesn't need any advice from staff or anybody else.
And that falls under the category of toxic leadership.
Our diplomats are instructed to avoid purely rhetorical hostility. We do not need to use threats to prove we are resolute.
Mr. Trump's bombast is already alarming our allies and fueling the enmity of our enemies.
He doesn't have the temperament or judgment to control himself when he gets mad.
He would shoot from the hip. He would rely on gut instinct.
He is erratic. He says crazy things.
He said one stupid, reckless thing after another, and he's shown absolutely no temperament to try to learn the things that he doesn't know, and he doesn't know just about everything.
There is only one sane policy. A nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought.
We're about to turn over the nuclear codes of the United States to an erratic individual.
He's been talking about the possibility, the future option of using a nuclear weapon against our Western European allies.
His finger would be on the nuclear trigger, and this is a man who doesn't know what the nuclear triad is.
This is not somebody who should be handed the nuclear codes.
I think you have to ask yourself, do I want a person of that temperament control the nuclear codes? And as of now, I'd have to say no.
Regardless of your politics, whether you are Republican or Democrat, your fate is tied up with what is done here in this room.
Please welcome Admiral John Hudson from New Hampshire.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. My name is John Hudson, and unlike Donald Trump, there are two things that I know an awful lot about: law and order. For 11 years, I was a law school dean. For 30 years, I served proudly in the United States Navy, including as the Judge Advocate General. Thank you. Go Navy. Donald Trump calls himself the law and order candidate, but he will violate international law. In his words, he endorses torture at a minimum. He'll order our troops to commit war crimes like killing civilians. And he actually said, you have to take out their families. And what did he say? What did he say when he was told that was illegal? He said, "Our troops won't refuse, believe me." This morning, this very morning, he personally invited Russia to hack us. That's not law and order, that's criminal intent. Donald Trump would abandon our allies and let more countries get nuclear weapons. He lies about donating to veterans, and he called the military that I served in a disaster. It's embarrassing enough that he's the face of one of our political parties. The real disaster would be if we let Donald Trump become the face of the country that we love. More than 120 Republican national security leaders recently warned that Donald Trump would, in their words, make America less safe. He even mocks our POWs like John McCain. I served in the same Navy as John McCain. I used to vote in the same party as John McCain. Donald, you're not fit to polish John McCain's boots. But, America, we have a better choice. Hillary Clinton is the only candidate who knows how to work with our allies, who has a specific plan to defeat ISIS. She's smart and she's steady. She has the experience, the temperament, and the spine to be a superb commander-in-chief. She knows what makes us the envy of the world. It's not our abundant natural resources, or our resilient economy, or even that we have the strongest military on earth. Our strength comes from who we are and who we've always been, our humanity. If we lose our humanity, we lose the battle and we lose the war. ISIS and other radical groups have no humanity. That's their weakness. Our enemy can't defeat us militarily. Victory for them won't be found on the battlefield. For them, victory is to make us more like them. People who torture, who destabilize the international order, who target innocents because they don't look like them and don't pray like them. Donald Trump is a walking, talking recruiting poster for terrorists. And that's not hyperbole. That's not hyperbole. ISIS literally used Trump in a commercial. You know, you can tell a lot about a person by whom they admire. Eleanor Roosevelt, Nelson Mandela, Dorothy Rodham. These are Hillary Clinton's heroes. Donald Trump? Well, Donald Trump admires Donald Trump. And Saddam Hussein, and Kim Jong-un, and of Vladimir Putin, he said, and I quote, in terms of leadership, he's getting an A. I taught national security law. Praising dictators was an automatic F in my class. Let me tell you something. In 2008, as the Dean of the University of New Hampshire School of Law, I invited each presidential candidate to talk about terrorism I'm not sure what they're saying. To talk about terrorism with me and other retired admirals and generals. Of all the candidates that we met with, Hillary Clinton was by far, the best prepared and the most knowledgeable. She listened carefully to our arguments. She tested us. We had more than 500 years of collective experience, and we learned from her. And this was before she served as our Secretary of State, before she brokered a ceasefire in Gaza, before she rallied the world to sanction Iran and advised President Obama to take out bin Laden. And she restored our reputation in the world. Anyone who served with the young men and women of our armed forces knows how serious it is to send them in harm's way. When you're a soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine, you don't get to choose your commanders. But when you're a citizen, you have the responsibility to choose a commander-in-chief who will keep us safe, strong, and secure. Choose Hillary. Thank you all.
Please welcome Kristen Kavanaugh from San Diego, California.
At the age of 24, I deployed to Iraq on a base where we regularly received indirect fire. After each attack, everything would fall silent. And then I would hear the sounds of the artillery battery returning fire and the quick reaction force helicopters taking off in the enemy's direction. As a young Marine Corps lieutenant in a non-combat position, these units, along with special operations teams and Marine infantry battalions stationed with us, were our first line of defense. I trusted them with my life. I trusted that my commanders had the right strategy. I trusted that we were abiding by the rules of engagement even when our enemy chose not to. That trust starts at the top of the chain of command. And I trust Hillary Clinton to be Commander-in-Chief. She understands the importance of a strong military and diplomacy. She knows we're stronger when we work with our allies to keep us safe. She has the experience, temperament, and steady hand to lead. I do not trust Donald Trump. The military is defined by discipline, leadership, integrity. Those are the qualities that drew me to serve. And those are the very qualities that Donald Trump lacks. He suggests abandoning our closest allies. He praises dictators who've killed Americans. He says we should allow more countries to get nuclear weapons. His recklessness means more deployments for my friends, more families separated, and more young heroes never coming home. When he says he would expand torture, kill civilians, or force the military to commit war crimes, he's defying the values that every service member is taught on day one. He's defying the values we risk our lives to defend. This election isn't just about Donald Trump's judgment. It's about our own. Our troops, our nation, our world cannot afford for us to get this wrong. Thank you.
Please welcome the former Secretary of Defense and Director of the CIA, Leon Panetta.
At this hour, in some very dangerous corners of the world, young Americans are standing guard. Our brave military and intelligence professionals are on the front lines, far from home, risking their lives for us, for our freedom, for our way of life. A president, a commander-in-chief, has no greater responsibility than the decision to send our troops into harm's way. I have worked alongside 9 presidents, Republican and Democrat, all experienced, all believing in the U.S. role in world leadership. And I can tell you this, that in this election, there is only one candidate for president who has the experience, the temperament, and the judgment to be commander-in-chief, and that's Hillary Clinton. This is no time to gamble with our future. America faces flashpoints and threats from around the globe. We need a president who's strong and smart and courageous, who enters the Oval Office with the respect of the generals and admirals who lead our military, with the confidence of diplomats who represent America, and with the trust of our troops who know that she will always have their back. That president is Hillary Clinton. During my time as CIA Director and Secretary of Defense, Hillary was a strong supporter of our efforts to protect our homeland, to decimate al-Qaeda, and to bring Osama bin Laden to justice. It was a tough decision to go after bin Laden. In long meetings in the White House Situation Room, we debated that fateful decision. I presented the intelligence to the President and to others, laying out the risks of that operation. And when the President went around the table
to our country's national security leadership, there were concerns. But Hillary was clear. We have to go after bin Laden. And our special operations forces, God bless them, did just that. And they sent a clear message to the world that no one attacks the United States of America and gets away with it. Hillary is just as determined to defeat those who threaten us today. ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, terrorists who pervert the teachings of Islam to kill innocent people going about their daily lives. People traveling through airports in Brussels and Istanbul. Families celebrating on the beachfront in France. Men and women shopping in a market in Baghdad. And just this week, an 85-year-old priest whose throat was slit by terrorists who stormed his church during Mass. These murderers must be stopped. Hillary Clinton is the only candidate who has laid out a comprehensive plan to defeat and to destroy ISIS and keep America safe. She is smart, she is principled, she is tough, and she is ready. Hillary Clinton is the single most experienced and prepared person who has ever run for President of the United States. And meanwhile, Donald Trump says he gets his foreign policy experience from watching TV and running the Miss Universe pageant. If only it were funny, but it is deadly serious. Donald Trump asks our troops to commit war crimes, endorses torture, spurns our allies from Europe to Asia, suggests that countries have nuclear weapons, and he praises dictators from Saddam Hussein to Vladimir Putin. Today, only today, let me point out something that just happened today. Donald Trump today once again took Russia's side. He asked the Russians to interfere in American politics. Think about that. Think about that for a moment. Donald Trump, who wants to be President of the United States, is asking one of our adversaries to engage in hacking or intelligence efforts against the United States of America to affect an election. As someone who was responsible for protecting our nation from cyber attacks, it is inconceivable to me that any presidential candidate would be that irresponsible. I say this out of a firm concern for the future of my children and my grandchildren. Donald Trump cannot become our commander-in-chief. In an unstable world, we cannot afford unstable leadership. We cannot afford someone who believes America should withdraw from the world, threatens our international treaties, and violates our moral principles. We cannot afford an erratic finger on our nuclear weapons. This is no time to roll the dice and to gamble with America's national security or with the American dream. No time. I've lived that American dream. My parents were immigrants from Italy. They came through Ellis Island. They made their way to California. They opened a restaurant in Monterey. I can still remember standing on a chair in the back of that restaurant, washing glasses. Never could my immigrant parents have dreamed that their son would grow up to be Secretary of Defense of the most powerful military in the world. The American dream The American dream that we've all been a part of has been defended in every generation by the brave men and women willing to fight and die for America. They are our greatest national treasure. And they deserve a serious commander-in-chief. If we care about them, if we care about our security, if we care about our freedoms, if we care about the American dream, there is only one choice: Hillary Clinton for President of the United States. God bless you, and God bless our nation.
Please welcome Dr. Jill Biden.
It's great to be back in Philly. Once again, we're making history. Together, we will elect the first woman president of the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Let me start by thanking you for allowing me to serve as Second Lady of the United States for the past 8 years. It's been an honor, and let me thank you for the love and support you have given our family. It has meant the world to us. Over the past 8 years, America has gotten to know the Joe Biden that I know and love. He's honest and strong, principled and compassionate. He was authentic long before it became a buzzword in politics. He understands that working people are the backbone of this nation. And he has tremendous empathy for those in need. He knows, as I do, that education is the great equalizer, and that community colleges are America's best-kept secret. And he believes, as I do, that we have a special obligation to our military and their families. He has a deep commitment to justice, and he has spent his whole career standing up to the abuse of power. He knows at its best, politics is always a matter of the heart. And he remains today, even after all he's been through, the most optimistic person I know. He loves his family. He loves this country. He's your Vice President and my husband, Joe Biden.
You know, my dad used to have an expression. He said, it's a lucky person gets up in the morning, puts both feet in the floor, knows what they're about to do, and thinks it still matters.
For over 40 years, Joe Biden has had the courage to speak out and lead on the toughest issues facing America.
When I wrote the Violence Against Women Act back in 1989, I think people, although they cared about it, thought maybe there's not much we can do about it.
But he saw an injustice too great to ignore. Violence against women was a moral stain on the conscience of a nation.
We created a civil cause of action to empower women who are abused in this country.
For millions of women, the Violence Against Women Act has provided protection, support, and the ability to rebuild their lives. Apartheid in South Africa offended everything we stood for as a nation, but America was slow to act.
I'm ashamed of the lack of moral backbone to this policy. These people are dying. You feel frustration, they're dying. They're being shot. They're lining up, they're shooting children. Our loyalty is not to South Africa, it's to South Africans.
Genocide in Bosnia challenged the world. Joe Biden spoke out.
What's going on is an atrocity. This guy's a thug, a war criminal. It's truly a shame what we're allowing to happen. We're acting collectively as the free world like cowards.
In the 1990s, the NRA threatened anyone who crossed them. Joe Biden took them on.
We will not step back from the commitment we have made to the American people to give them safe streets, safe homes, and safe schools.
This is tough because we're streaming for 6 hours nonstop a day.
So,
I just don't have the audio on.
Oh, we are, yeah, we're still very much on.
Years, I'm putting Joe in charge of mission control.
In the last 22 years, violence against women has dropped 64%, and more people are reporting. But the one place it hasn't changed is on college campuses.
Today, he's leading a movement to end sex abuse on college campuses.
Unfortunately, 1 in 5 women will be the victim of sexual assault while a student. And that's why we launched the It's On Us campaign. It says, 1, I promise to intervene when I see something. 2, I promise to create an environment where sexual assault is unacceptable. And 3, no consent means no.
A gut-wrenching story that has gone viral.
Vice President Joe Biden has written a heartfelt letter to the survivor.
I do not know your name, but your words are forever seared in my soul. Your words will help people you have never met. You've given them the strength they need to fight. I do not know your name, but I will never forget you. Let's change the culture so that no abused woman or man ever feel they have to ask themselves, what did I do? They did nothing wrong.
It was the great battles over civil rights and the Vietnam War that brought Joe Biden to public life. And he hasn't flinched or walked away from the great battles that have driven and defined this nation ever since. His has been a career defined by honesty, passion, and conviction. And throughout it all, when it mattered most, he's forced us all to look deep in our souls and ask, is this who we are as a nation? And perhaps more importantly, is this who we want to be?
I am more optimistic about America's chances today than I have been my entire life.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, thank you, thank you. I love you. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, I stood on a stage in Denver, and I accepted your nomination to be Vice President of the United States. And every single day since then, it's been the honor of our lives for Jill and me. Every day, we've been grateful to Barack and Michelle for asking them to join us in this and join them in that incredible journey. A journey that can only happen in America. But we not only have worked together, as it becomes pretty obvious, we become friends. We're now family.
We're family. Folks, you've all seen over the last 8 years what President Obama means to this country. He's the embodiment. He is the embodiment of honor, resolve, and character. One of the finest presidents we have ever had. That's right. This is a man of character. And he's become a brother to Jill and me. And Michelle, I don't know where you are, kid, but you're incredible. You are incredible. And I was talking to Barack today. It's no longer who's going to give the best speech. We already know who did that. You were incredible Monday night. To the Delaware delegation, as they say in Southern Delaware, Barack and I married way up. Way up. Folks, as I stand here tonight, I see so many friends and colleagues like my buddy Chris Dodd and the Connecticut delegation, so many people here. I see the faces of those who have placed their belief in Barack and me. So many faces, but one. This is kind of a bittersweet moment for Jill and me and our family. In 2008, when he was about to deploy to Iraq, and again in 2012, our son Beau introduced me to the country and placed my name in nomination. You got a glimpse. I know I sound like a dad, but you got a glimpse what an incredibly fine young man Beau was. Thank you. Thank you. His wife, Hallie, and his 2 kids are here tonight. But as Ernest Hemingway once wrote, the world breaks everyone, and afterwards, many are strong at the broken places. I've been made strong at the broken places by my love, Jill, by my heart, my son, Hunter, and the love of my life, my Ashley, and by all of you. And I mean this sincerely. Those who've been through this, you know I mean what I say. By all of you, your love, your prayers, your support. But you know what we talk about? We think about the countless thousands of other people who suffered so much more than we have, with so much less support, so much less reason to go on. But they get up every morning, every day. They put one foot in front of the other. They keep going. That's the unbreakable spirit of the people of America. That's who we are. That's who we are. Don't forget it. Like the people in the neighborhood that Jill and I grew up in. She in Willow Grove and my down in Wilmington and Claymont. The kid in Claymont with the most courage, who always jumped in when you were double teamed or your back was against the wall, who became a cop because he always wanted to help people. The middle daughter of 3 daughters, who always made her mother smile, who was a hero to her sisters, now a major in the United States Marine Corps because, Mr. President, I wanted to serve my country. The teachers who Jill knows and so many of you know, who take money out of their own pockets to buy pencils and notebooks for the students who can't afford them. Why? Why? Because being a teacher is not what they do, it's who they are. You know what I know, for real. These are the people who are the heart and soul of this country. It's the America that I know, the America that Hillary knows and Tim Kaine knows. You know, I've known Hillary for well over 30 years. Before she was First Lady of the United States, when she became First Lady, we served together in the United States Senate, and during her years as Secretary of State, once a week, we had breakfast in my home, the Vice President's residence. Everybody knows she's smart. Everybody knows she's tough. But I know what she's passionate about. I know Hillary. Hillary understands. Hillary gets it. Hillary understands that that college loan is about a lot more than getting a qualified student education. It's about saving the mom and the dad from the indignity of having to look at their talented child and say, Sonny, honey, I'm so sorry. The bank wouldn't lend me the money. I can't help you to get to school. I know that about Hillary. Hillary understood that for years, millions of people went to bed staring at the ceiling, thinking, oh my God, what if I get breast cancer or he has a heart attack? I will lose everything. What will we do then? I know about Hillary Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, we all understand what it will mean for our daughters and granddaughters when Hillary Clinton walks into the Oval Office as President of the United States of America. It will change their lives. My daughters and granddaughters can do anything any son or grandson can do, and she will prove it, Mr. Mayor. So let me say as clearly as I can. If you live in the neighborhoods like the one Jill and I grew up in, if you worry about your job and getting a decent pay, if you worry about your children's education, if you're taking care of an elderly parent, then there's only one person in this election who will help you. There's only one person in this race who will be there, who's always been there for you, and that's Hillary Clinton's life story. It's not just who she is, it's her life story. She's always there. She's always been there. And so has Tim Kaine. Ladies and gentlemen, to state the obvious, and I'm not trying to be a wise guy here, I really mean it. That's not Donald Trump's story. Just listen to me a second without booing or cheering. I mean this sincerely. We should really think about this. His cynicism is unbounded. His lack of empathy and compassion can be summed up in a phrase I suspect he's most proud of having made famous: you're fired. I mean, really, I'm not joking. Think about that. Think about that. Think about everything you learned as a child, no matter where you were raised. How can there be pleasure in saying you're fired? He's trying to tell us he cares about the middle class. Give me a break. That's a bunch of malarkey. Tell you. Folks, whatever he thinks, and I mean this in the bottom of my heart, I know I'm called middle-class Joe. In Washington, that's not meant as a compliment. It means you're not sophisticated. But I know why we're strong. I know why we have held together. I know why we are united. It's because there's always been a growing middle class. This guy doesn't have a clue about the middle class. Not a clue. Because, folks, when the middle class does well, the rich do very well and the poor have hope. They have a way up. He has no clue about what makes America great. Actually, he has no clue, period. But folks, let me, you got it. Let me, okay. But folks, let me say something that has nothing to do with politics. Let me talk about something that I am deadly serious about. This is a complicated and uncertain world we live in. The threats are too great. The times are too uncertain to elect Donald Trump as President of the United States. Now, let me finish. No major party nominee in the history of this nation has ever known less or has been less prepared to deal with our national security. We cannot elect a man who exploits our fears of ISIS and other terrorists, who has no plan whatsoever to make us safer. A man who embraces the tactics of our enemies, torture, religious intolerance. You all know. All the Republicans know. That's not who we are. It betrays our values. It alienates those who we need in the fight against ISIS. Donald Trump, with all his rhetoric, would literally make us less safe. We cannot elect a man who belittles our closest allies while embracing dictators like Vladimir Putin. No, I mean it. A man who seeks to sow division in America for his own gain and disorder around the world. A man who confuses bluster with strength. We simply cannot let that happen as Americans. Period. Folks, no one ever doubts I mean what I say. It's just that sometimes I say all that I mean. But folks, let me tell you what I literally told every world leader I met with, and I've met them all. It's never been a good bet to bet against America. We have the finest fighting force in the world. Not only do we have the largest economy in the world, we have the strongest economy in the world. We have the most productive workers in the world. And given a fair shot, given a fair chance, Americans have never, ever let their country down. Never. Ordinary people like us who do extraordinary things. We've had candidates before who attempted to get elected by appealing to our fears, but they've never succeeded because we do not scare easily. We never bow. We never bend. We never break when confronted with crisis. No, we endure, we overcome, and we always, always, always move forward. That's why I can say with absolute conviction, I am more optimistic about our chances today than when I was elected as a 29-year-old kid to the Senate. The 21st century is going to be the American century. Because we lead not only by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. That is the history of the journey of America. And God willing, Hillary Clinton will write the next chapter in that journey. We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line. Don't forget it. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Come on. We're America. Thank you.
Please welcome Mayor Kasim Reid from Atlanta, Georgia.
Hey, Governor. Good evening. As the mayor of Atlanta, the city that burned to the ground and rose again from the ashes, the birthplace of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the home of the civil rights movement. And because we were the city too busy to hate, we are now at the economic center of the Southeast. I am here today because I believe in our future. I believe we have a responsibility to one another and to the next generation to ensure that our opportunity is limited only by our imagination. I share this belief with Hillary Clinton, that our achievements are only limited by what we can dream and do. You see, Atlanta is a city of dreamers, but when I became mayor, the city was struggling through the worst recession in 80 years. We were down, crime was up, but I looked around our city and I saw the way forward was to lean on one another, to turn to one another, and to make an unshakable agreement that if a young person was willing to learn, we would put a book in her hands. That if a young man was willing to work, we would put a job and a paycheck in his hands. And if you were willing to step up, then we should meet you halfway, and together we could put your future back in your hands. People want to dream again. We turned our city around, and at the same time, President Barack Obama and Vice President Joe Biden were turning America around. Today, we are stronger. And we will grow stronger still when President Hillary Clinton builds an economy that works for everyone. My fellow Democrats, tonight we choose diversity over division. We choose a steady-handed commander-in-chief over a loose cannon. We choose a leader who would rather be in the trenches, securing health care for 8 million children, than in a suite putting his name on a tower that he probably doesn't own. We choose something different tonight. I believe that Americans are ready to get to work, to make the possible real. Hillary Clinton is the leader to take us there. President Harry Truman once said that there are a small number of people in America who have the power and the prestige and the connections to make sure that their interests are looked after. But he said for everybody else, there's the President of the United States, and that's why we need Hillary Clinton. More than 60 years later, his statement holds true tonight. And tonight we have someone who will look out for all Americans and who will do so every day of her presidency with all of her heart. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our champion, Hillary Clinton. Let me hear you. And now I'm honored to introduce someone who has been a friend and mentor to me during my time as mayor. Michael Bloomberg has articulated an optimistic performance, a universal vision that has built New York City and has also helped other cities around the world. Thanks to his purpose-driven philanthropy, he has done so much. Please join me in welcoming a man whose commitment to America transcends politics, the three-time mayor of the city of New York, Michael Bloomberg. Let us hear it.
Thank you. Thank you. Kasim, thank you for that kind introduction. And let me thank all of you for welcoming an outsider here to deliver what... an outsider to deliver what will be an unconventional convention speech. Now, I am not here as a member of any party or to endorse any party platform. I am here for one reason: to explain why I believe it is imperative that we elect Hillary Clinton as the next President of the United States. And to ask you to join with me in supporting her this November. You know, when the Founding Fathers arrived here in Philadelphia to forge a new nation, they didn't come as Democrats or Republicans or to nominate a presidential candidate. They came as patriots who feared party politics, and I know how they felt. I've been a Democrat, I've been a Republican, and I eventually became an independent, because I don't believe that either party has a monopoly on good ideas or strong leadership. When I enter the voting booth each time, I look at the candidate, not the party label. I have supported elected officials from both sides of the aisle, and probably not many people in this room can say that. But I know there are many watching at home who can. And now they are carefully weighing their choices. I understand their dilemma. I know what it's like to have neither party fully represent my views or values. Too many Republicans blame immigrants for problems and they stand in the way of action on climate change and gun violence. Meanwhile, many Democrats, I think wrongly, blame the private sector for our problems, and they stand in the way of action on education and deficit reduction. There are times when I disagree with Hillary Clinton, but let me tell you, whatever our disagreements may be, I've come here to say we must put them aside for the good of our country. And we must unite around the candidate who can defeat a dangerous demagogue. I believe it's the duty of all American citizens to make our voices heard by voting in this election. And if you're not yet registered to vote, go online and do it now. This is just too important to sit out. Now, we've heard a lot of talk in this campaign about needing a leader who understands business. I couldn't agree more. I built a business, and I didn't start it with $1 million check from my father. Because of my success in the private sector, I had the chance to run America's largest city for 12 years, governing in the wake of its greatest tragedy. Today, as an independent and an entrepreneur and a former mayor, I believe we need a president who is a problem solver, not a bomb thrower. Someone who can bring members of Congress together to get big things done. And I know Hillary can do that because I saw it firsthand. I was elected mayor 2 months after 9/11 as a Republican, and I saw how Hillary Clinton worked with Republicans in Washington to ensure that New York got the help it needed to recover and rebuild. Throughout her time in the Senate, we didn't always agree, but Hillary Clinton always listened. And that's the kind of approach we need in Washington today, and it just has to start in the White House. Given my background, I've often encouraged business leaders to run for office because many of them share the same pragmatic approach to building consensus, but not all. Most of us who have created a business know that we're only as good as the way our employees, clients, and partners view us. Most of us don't pretend that we're smart enough to make every decision by ourselves. And most of us who have our names on the door know that we are only as good as our word, but not Donald Trump. Through his career, Donald Trump has left behind a well-documented record of bankruptcies and thousands of lawsuits and angry stockholders and contractors who feel cheated and disillusioned customers who feel they've been ripped off. Trump says he wants to run the nation like he's running his business? God help us. I'm a New Yorker, and I know a con when I see one. Trump says he'll punish manufacturers that move to Mexico or China, but the clothes he sells are made overseas in low-wage factories. He says he wants to put Americans back to work, but he games the U.S. visa system so he can hire temporary foreign workers at low wages. He says he wants to deport 11 million undocumented people, but he seems to have no problem in hiring. What I miss here? Truth be told, the richest thing about Donald Trump is his hypocrisy. He wants you to believe that we can solve our biggest problems by deporting Mexicans and shutting out Muslims. He wants you to believe that erecting trade barriers will bring back good jobs. He's wrong on both counts. We can only solve our biggest problems if we come together and embrace the freedoms that our founding fathers established right here in Philadelphia, which permitted our ancestors to create the great American exceptionalism that all of us now enjoy. Donald Trump doesn't understand that. Hillary Clinton does. And we can only create good jobs if we make smarter investments in infrastructure and do more to support small businesses, not stiff them. Donald Trump doesn't understand that. Hillary Clinton does. I understand the appeal of a businessman president, but Trump's business plan is a disaster in the making. He would make it harder for small businesses to compete, do great damage to our economy, threaten the retirement savings of millions of Americans, lead to greater debt and more unemployment, erode our influence around the world, and make our communities less safe. The bottom line is Trump is a risky, reckless, and radical choice, and we can't afford to make that choice. Now, I know Hillary Clinton is not flawless. No candidate is. But she is the right choice and the responsible choice in this election. And no matter what you may think about her politics or her record, Hillary Clinton understands that this is not reality television. This is reality. She understands the job of president. It involves finding solutions, not pointing fingers, and offering hope, not stoking fear. Over the course of our country's proud history, we have faced our share of grave challenges, but we have never retreated in fear. Never. Not here in Philadelphia in 1776, not here at Gettysburg in 1863, not through 2 world wars and a Great Depression, not at Selma or Stonewall, and not after 9/11. And we must not start now. America is the greatest country on earth. And when people vote with their feet, they come here. The presidency of the United States is the most powerful office in the world. So I say to my fellow independents, your votes matter now. Your vote will determine the future of your job, your business, and our future together as a country. To me, this election is not a choice between a Democrat and a Republican. It is a choice between who is better to lead our country right now. Better for our economy, better for our security, better for our freedom, and better for our future. There is no doubt in my mind that Hillary Clinton is the right choice this November. So tonight, as an independent, I am asking you to join with me, not out of party loyalty, but out of love of country. And together, let's elect a sane, competent person with international experience, a unifier who is mature enough to reach out for advice, to build consensus, and to recognize that we all have something to contribute. So let's elect Hillary Clinton as the next president of the greatest country in the world, the United States of America. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gene Sperling, former director of the National Economic Council.
And I'm Senator Mitch McConnell.
Today we're here to discuss debt.
Debt.
Let's start with something Donald said.
I'm the king of debt. I'm great with debt. Nobody knows debt better than me. I've made a fortune by using debt.
It sounds like he is great with debt.
You see, Donald's love affair with debt has been good for Donald. It wouldn't be good for America at all. People can't agree on much these days.
I disagree.
Except you. But across the political spectrum, virtually everyone agrees Trump's policies would tank the economy. Trump's budget plan would spend $7 trillion on tax cuts for millionaires like himself.
That seems like a lot.
Add another $5 trillion on tax cuts for corporations like his. Add it all up, and we'd be tacking on 34 trillion with a T dollars of debt to our economy over the next 20 years.
20 years.
Yes, in economic terms, we would call this a
show.
A little cleaner, perhaps, for
show.
How about an unsustainable debt burden? Donald's plan would add more than $100,000 of debt for every man, woman, and child in America. Donald says he might just pay off the new debt by printing money.
You can do that?
No, in economic terms, we would describe this as a
bad thing.
More like a that would really this economy for decades to come.
I've never been more attracted to you than right now.
One, two.
Please welcome Lenny Kravitz.
is gentle as a rose, and love can conquer any wall. It's time to take a stand. Brothers and sisters, join hands. We've got to let love rule. Oh yeah! Love transcends all space and time. Can you hear me? And love can make a little child smile. Can't you see? Can't you see? This won't go wrong. Yeah.
for Hillary.
Like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion.
Like how a single word can make a heart open.
I might only have one match, but I can make an explosion. And all those things I didn't say, wrecking balls inside my brain. I will scream and loud tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? This is our fight song. Take back our life song. Prove we're alright song.
My power's turned on.
Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes. 'Cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me.
Losing friends and I'm chasing sleep. Everybody's worried about me. I'm in too deep. Said I'm in too deep.
Well, it's been 2 years and I miss my home, but there's a fire burning in my bones. Still believe, yeah, I still believe. And all those things I didn't say, wrecking balls inside my brain. I will scream and loud tonight.
Can't you hear my voice this time?
This is our fight song. Take back my life song. Prove we're alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes. 'Cause I've still got a lot of fight left.
It take a village to raise a child, prepare him to run a nation. We got some hard choices, but together we gonna make it. We living in history. America, take a bow. We about to show the world, yeah, women are equal now.
Like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion. Like how a single word can make a heart open. I might only have one match,
but I can make an explosion.
This is our fight song. Hey. Take back my life song. Prove we're alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes. I still got a lot of fight left in me.
Please welcome Representative Bobby Scott from Virginia.
My fellow Democrats, I first met Tim Kaine and his amazing wife during his first campaign for city council in Richmond, Virginia. That was more years ago than I want to admit. But I saw in him then what I see in him now. A person of substance, a person of passion, principle, integrity, a great convener who brings people together. And I can't wait for the rest of the country to know the Tim Kaine that I know and that Virginia knows. Even as he's risen for City Hall, to the governor's mansion, to the halls of the U.S. Capitol, I still see in Tim Kaine the same sense of purpose, the fundamental goodness that led him to become a civil rights lawyer, listening to his neighbors' concerns and fears, fighting for the underserved and the underrepresented, finding solutions to make our communities better and more fair. The Bible calls on us to act justly, to love mercy and to walk humbly, and there are few people who live out that creed as fully and completely as Tim Kaine. My fellow Americans, tonight we have nominated a truly honorable man for the office of Vice President of the United States of America in my friend, the gentleman from Virginia, Tim Kaine.
America was built on courage, on imagination, and an unbeatable determination to do the job at hand. And a life built on selfless, humble service had a Midwestern start in a working-class home in Kansas City, where Tim Kaine's mother and father instilled in him the principles of faith and hard work. Pitching in at his dad's ironworking shop, he learned the tools of the trade. Off to college at Mizzou and then Harvard Law School, after which Tim took a year off and served as a Christian missionary in Honduras, where he taught the carpentry and welding skills he'd learned from his father. In turn, they taught Tim Spanish, and that we have so much to learn from one another if only we would listen. Tim returned and met the love of his life, Ann Holton, and was embraced by a family that had been breaking ground on civil rights and political courage. Ann's father, Linwood Holton, was the Republican governor of Virginia and was a leader in desegregating the schools, sending his daughters to a majority black public school. Tim and Ann were married in the same Richmond, Virginia church they still attend today. Tim began as a civil rights lawyer, focused on fighting housing discrimination, insurance companies, and injustice. Eventually, he ran for city council. He became Richmond's mayor, solving problems by bringing people together. Ann and Tim were also raising a family, sending their children to the same public school Ann had attended. They still live in the same house they first moved into 24 years ago. Tim was elected lieutenant governor of Virginia and in 2005 won a hard-fought election for governor, making tough decisions, facing the deepest recession since the 1930s. And Tim Kaine's problem-solving earned national recognition for his work in tough times. Virginia was named the best state in America to raise a child and the best state for business. It had one of the lowest unemployment rates and one of the highest family incomes. But his time as governor also saw his state darkened by what he calls unquestionably the worst day of his life, when he helped Virginia come together after the shooting at Virginia Tech left 32 teachers and students dead.
But there was something in the story yesterday that was different, and it was you. Your spirit of, even in a dark day, of optimism and community and hope and wanting to be together. And you taught something good yesterday, even in a dark day, to people all around the world, and the world needs that example before it.
Tim Kaine has always helped people rise above the things that divide us. He took his problem-solving approach to the U.S. Senate, where Tim has become an aggressive advocate for our men and women in uniform, working to reduce unemployment among veterans, and on the progressive causes that make a difference for working families. Tim has been one of the Senate's leaders in protecting women's health care, committed to comprehensive immigration reform, a determined advocate for gun safety, a lifetime fighting for social justice and fairness, a life's work built on the principle that we are stronger together.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Senator Tim Kaine.
Thank you, everybody. Hello, Philadelphia. Hello, Democratic family. I want to start off by thanking my beautiful wife, Ann, and my 3 wonderful children, Nat, Woody, and Anella. They're sitting right up there. You know, my son Nat deployed with his Marine Battalion just 2 days ago. He deployed overseas to protect and defend the very NATO allies that Donald Trump says he now wants to abandon. Semper Fi, Nat. Semper Fi. My parents and my in-laws are here, our siblings and their spouses, our nieces and nephews, and hundreds of friends from Virginia and beyond. I love seeing you front and center. Including my friend of 37 years, Senior Senator Mark Warner, my great Governor Terry McAuliffe, and my great friend and Congressman Bobby Scott. We love you all. Today, for my wife Ann and every strong woman in this country, for Nat, Woody, and Anella, and every young person starting out in life to make their own dreams real, for every man and woman serving our country in the military, at home or abroad, for every working family working hard to get ahead and stay ahead, for my parents and in-laws and every senior citizen who hopes for a dignified retirement with health care and research to end diseases like Alzheimer's. For every American who wants our country to be a beloved community where people aren't demeaned because of who they are, but rather respected for their contributions to this nation. And for all of us who know that the brightest future for our country is the one that we build together, and for my friend Hillary Clinton, I humbly accept my party's nomination to be Vice President of the United States. Thank you. Can I be honest with you about something? Can I be honest with you about something? I never expected to be here, but let me tell you how it happened. I was born in Minnesota and grew up in Kansas City. My folks weren't much into politics. My dad ran a union ironworking shop in the stockyards. And my mom was his best salesman. My 2 brothers and I pitched in to work during summers and weekends. And you know, that's how small family businesses do it. My parents, Al and Kathy, here tonight and going strong, they taught me about hard work and about kindness, and most especially about faith. I went to a Jesuit boys high school, Rockers High School. Wow, that's a big line for the Jesuits. Now we had a motto in my school, men for others. And it was there that my faith became something vital, my North Star for orienting my life. And when I left high school, I knew that I wanted to battle for social justice. Like so many of you. That's why I took a year off from law school to volunteer with Jesuit missionaries in Honduras. I taught kids how to be welders and carpenters. Y allá aprendí los valores del pueblo, fe y familia y trabajo, faith, family, and work. Faith, family, and work. Los mismos valores de la comunidad latina aquí en nuestro país. Somos americanos todos. Somos americanos todos. And let me tell you what really struck me there. I got a first-hand look at a different system, a dictatorship where a few people at the top had all of the power and everybody else got left out. Now that convinced me that we've got to advance opportunity for everybody, no matter where you come from, how much money you have, what you look like, how you worship, or who you love. Back in 1970 in Virginia, a Republican governor named Linwood Holton believed exactly the same thing. He integrated Virginia's public schools so that black and white kids could finally learn together, and then the family enrolled their own kids, including his daughter Anne, in those integrated inner-city schools. Many years later, Anne went off to college, and she brought those lessons from that pivotal time with her. And then one day, in a study group, she met this goofy guy who had been off teaching kids in Honduras. Well, Anne and I have now been married almost 32 years, and I am the luckiest husband in the world. You know, let me tell you something. Anne's parents, Lynn and Jinx, are here today, 90 plus and going strong. 90 plus and going strong. Linwood Holton, he's still a Republican, but he's voting for an awful lot of Democrats these days. An awful lot of Democrats. And here's why. He's voting for Democrats because any party that would nominate Donald Trump for president has moved too far away from his party of Lincoln. And I tell you, if any of you are looking for that party of Lincoln, we've got a home for you right here in the Democratic Party. Linwood's example helped inspire me as a civil rights lawyer. Over 17 years, I took on banks, landlords, real estate firms, local governments, anybody who treated anybody unfairly. I had a 6-year case against an insurance company that was discriminating against minority neighborhoods all across the United States in issuing homeowners insurance. Folks, Democratic friends, these are the battles that I have fought my entire life. And that's the story. And that's the story of how I decided to run for office. My city of Richmond was divided and discouraged in the early 1990s. We had an epidemic of gun violence that was overwhelming our low-income neighborhoods. People were pointing fingers and casting blame instead of finding answers. And I couldn't stand it. So I ran for city council, and I won that first race more than 20 years ago by a landslide margin of 94 votes. And I've said ever since, if I'm good at anything in politics, it's because I started at the local level, listening to people, learning about their lives, and trying to get results. I see a mayor here who knows what I'm talking about. Later, I became mayor of Richmond, lieutenant governor, and then the 70th governor of Virginia. Now, I was a hard times governor. I had to steer my state through the deepest recession since the 1930s. But hey, tough times don't last, and tough people do. And can I tell you that Virginians are tough people? We are tough people. And we're smart too. We achieved national recognition for our work. Best managed state, best state for business, best state for a child to be raised, low unemployment, high median income. We shed tears along the way. We shed tears especially together in the days after that horrible mass shooting at Virginia Tech that killed 32 people, from beautiful 19-year-old students to 70-plus-year-old Romanian-born Holocaust survivors. And we shed tears and held each other up, but afterwards we rolled up our sleeves and we fixed a loophole in the background record check system so that we could make our Commonwealth safer. And we got to do that in the nation. We invested in our people, expanding pre-K and higher ed, because we all know in this room that education is the key to all we want to be. All we want to be. And now I have the honor of representing my Commonwealth in the U.S. Senate. I work on the Armed Services and Foreign Relations committees to keep us safe at home and strong in the world. I work on the Budget Committee with our great Democratic leader of that committee, a spectacular senator who used to be a mayor, Vermont's Bernie Sanders. And everybody, we all should feel the burn, and we all should not want to get burned by the other guy. On that Budget Committee under Bernie's leadership, we fight for investments in education, healthcare, research, transportation, and I also serve on the Aging Committee to make sure that seniors like my folks have a secure retirement and don't get targeted by rip-off artists who will scam them out of their savings or overcharge them for prescription drugs. Can I tell you a funny thing about the Senate? Can I tell you a funny thing about the Senate? That sounds like a yes. I spend a lot of time with Republican senators who, once they have made sure that nobody is listening, will tell you how fantastic a senator that Hillary Clinton was. Now look, this journey that I've told you about has convinced me over and over again that God has created in our country a beautiful and rich tapestry, an incredible cultural diversity that succeeds when we embrace everybody in love and battle back against the dark forces of division. We're all neighbors, and we must love our neighbors as ourselves. Now, Hillary Clinton and I are compañeros de alma. And we share this basic belief. It's simple. Do all the good you can and serve one another. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. That's what I'm about. That's what you're about. That's what Bernie Sanders is about. That's what Joe and Jill Biden are about. That's what Barack and Michelle Obama are about. And that's what Hillary Clinton is about. Now, si se puede, si se puede, si se puede. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Hey, last week in Cleveland, we heard a lot about trust. So let's talk about trust. Let's talk about trust. I want to tell you why I trust Hillary Clinton. First, she's consistent. She has battled to put kids and families first since she was a teenager. In good times and bad, in victory and defeat, in and out of office, through hell or high water, fighting for underprivileged kids, working at the Children's Defense Fund, fighting to get health insurance for 8 million low-income children when she was First Lady, fighting for the well-being of women and children around the world. Hey, can I offer you a little tip? When you want to know something about the character of somebody in public life, look to see if they have a passion that began long before they were in office and that they have consistently held it throughout their career. Do they have a passion? Did it start before they were in office? Have they held on to it consistently? Folks, Hillary has a passion for kids and families. Donald Trump has a passion too. It's himself. And with Hillary, it's not just words, it's accomplishments. She delivers. As senator, after 9/11, I got my New Yorkers right here and my Virginians right here. She battled congressional Republicans to care for the first responders who went into the towers, who went into the Pentagon and saved the victims of those terrorist attacks. As Secretary of State, she implemented tough sanctions against Iran to pave the way for a diplomatic breakthrough to curtail a nuclear weapons program. And she wasn't afraid. She wasn't afraid. She wasn't afraid to stand up against thugs and dictators. And as a key part of the Obama National Security Team, they decided to go to the ends of the earth to wipe out Osama bin Laden. Hey, do y'all remember Carla, the little girl that we heard from on Monday night, who was worried that her parents would be deported? Carla said she trusts Hillary to keep them together. And do you remember the mothers of the movement last night? They said they trust Hillary to keep other mothers, sons, and daughters safe. And on a personal level, as he's serving our nation abroad, I trust Hillary Clinton with our son's life. Now, you know who I don't trust? I wonder. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Trump is a guy who promises a lot, but you might have noticed he's got a way of saying the same two words every time he makes his biggest, hugest promises. Believe me. It's going to be great, believe me. We're going to build a wall and make Mexico pay for it, believe me. We're going to destroy ISIS so fast, believe me. There's nothing suspicious in my tax returns, believe me. By the way, does anybody in this massive auditorium believe that Donald Trump's been paying his fair share of taxes? Does anybody here believe that Trump ought to release his tax returns just like every other presidential candidate in modern history? Of course he should. Hey, Donald, what are you hiding? And yet, Donald still says, believe me. Believe me. Believe me? Believe me? I mean, here's the thing. Most people, when they run for president, they don't just say, believe me. They respect you enough to tell you how they will get things done. I mean, that's what most people who run for president do. In fact, you can go on HillaryClinton.com right now and find out exactly how she'll make the biggest investment in new jobs in a generation, how she'll defend and build on Wall Street reform, how she'll reform our immigration system to create a path to citizenship, how she'll make it possible to graduate from college debt-free. You can see how she'll protect Roe v. Wade, guarantee equal pay for women, and make paid family leave a reality. All it takes is one click. All it takes is one click, and we can see how she'll do it, how she'll pay for it, and how we'll benefit by it. Not Donald Trump. Not Donald Trump. He never tells you how he's going to do any of the things he says he'll do. He just says, believe me. So here's the question. Here's the question. Do you really believe him? I mean, Donald Trump's whole career says you better not. Small contractors, companies just like my dad's, believed him when he said that he'd pay them to build a casino in Atlantic City. They did the work, they hung the drywall, they poured the concrete, but a year after opening, Trump filed for bankruptcy. He walked away with millions, and they got pennies on the dollar. Some of them went out of businesses, all because they believed Donald Trump. Retirees and families in Florida, they believed Donald Trump when he said that he'd build them some condos, thousands of them. They paid their deposits, but the condos, they were never built. He just pocketed their money and walked away. They lost tens of thousands of dollars, all because they believed Donald Trump. Charity after charity believed Donald Trump when he said he would contribute to them. And thousands of Trump University students believed Donald Trump when he said he would help them succeed. They got stiffed. He says, believe me. Well, his creditors, his contractors, his laid off employees, and his ripped off students did just that, and they all got hurt. Folks, you cannot believe one word that comes out of Donald Trump's mouth. Not one word. Not one word. Not one word. And I'll tell you, to me, it just seems like our nation It is just too great to put it in the hands of a slick-talking, empty-promising, self-promoting, one-man wrecking crew. But don't take it from me. Don't take it from me. Take it from former First Lady Barbara Bush. Barbara Bush said she doesn't know how any woman could vote for him after his offensive comments about women. Any woman, any woman. Or John McCain's chief economic advisor during the 2008 race, who estimate that Trump's promises would cause America to lose 3.5 million jobs. Or the independent analysts who found that Trump's tax plan given to the wealthy and the biggest corporations would rack up $30 trillion in debt. Or how about this? How about this? John Kasich, the Republican governor who had the honor of hosting the Republican convention in Cleveland, but he wouldn't even attend it because he thinks Donald Trump is such a moral disaster. Or take it from the guy who co-wrote Donald Trump's autobiography. Here's what he said about Trump, quote, "Lying is second nature to him." So do you believe him? I don't know. How about on this side? Do you guys believe him? I mean, do you guys believe him? Is there anyone in this building who believes him? The next president will face many challenges. We better elect the candidate who's proven she can be trusted with the job. The candidate who's proven that she is ready for the job. And when I say ready, I use ready for a very specific reason. When I lived in Honduras, I learned something. The best compliment that you could pay to somebody was to say that they were listo, ready. Not inteligente, smart. Not amable, friendly. Not rico, rich. But listo, listo. Because what listo means in Spanish is this. It means prepared. It means battle-tested. It means rock solid. Up for anything, never backing down. And friends, Hillary Clinton, she's lista. Hillary Clinton is lista. She is. She is ready. She is ready. She's ready because of her faith. She's ready because of her heart. She's ready because of her experience. And she's ready because she knows that in America, we are stronger when we are together. My fellow Democrats, this week, we start the next chapter in our great and proud story. Thomas declared all men were equal, and Abigail remembered the women. Woodrow brokered the peace, and Eleanor broke down the barriers. Jack told us what to ask, and Lyndon answered the call. Martin had a dream, and Cesar y Dolores said, "Si se puede," and Harvey gave his life. Bill built a bridge into the 21st century, and Barack gave us hope. And now Hillary is ready. She's ready to fight. She's ready to win. And she is ready to lead. God bless all of you. On to victory. And thank you, Philadelphia.
Please welcome Sharon Belkoffer from Rossford, Ohio.
You're all probably wondering, who the heck is this sweet little old lady? I am Sharon Belkoffer, a mom to 3 boys who served their country. A retired nurse and a wife of 52 years, a grandma of 10, and now a great-grandma. I know that President Obama has meant so much to millions of Americans all across the country. I'd like to tell you what he means to me. 6 years ago, on the morning of May 18th, 2010, I became a Gold Star mother. We became a Gold Star family when my son Tom, a lieutenant colonel, was killed in Afghanistan. I first met the president shortly after at Fort Drum, where he was scheduled to speak to the 10th Mountain Division. But when he heard the Gold Star families were there, he wanted to meet with us. And as he was hugging me, I cried all over his suit. Tom would have been so embarrassed. But it must have been okay, because a year later, at an event in my home state of Ohio, as I hoped to get a picture sign, someone told me, "The president would like to see you." And I got my second presidential hug. So warm and kind, so compassionate. I was so inspired. Maybe this sweet old lady could still make a difference. I knew my community schools needed more resources. So at the age of 73, I took a leap of faith and ran for my local school board. And when my back was bothering me and I didn't feel like knocking on doors, when the wind was blowing and it was cold and dreary, I thought of my son, Tom, who never gave up. And I thought of our president. He never gives up. So why should I be different? Besides, they tell me, walking is good for your back. Well, guess what? I won my election. I won big. The president even sent me a handwritten note of congratulations. That's who he is. No matter how busy, he's never forgotten this little old lady in Ohio who has always had his back. You see, some people in this world make big differences. My son Tom made big differences. The president continues to make big differences, and smaller ones too, like the inspiration he poured into me so that I might make a difference of my own. I wish every American could hug President Obama so that they could see the good in his eyes and feel the warmth in his heart. This is our president. Thank you.
What always impressed me was the calm. This is someone who walked into office faced with multiple crises. Each one of them could sink the country. But he was always calmer than the rest of us.
From his first days in office, the difficult choices he made as president would not only shape the country's future, but reveal the character of the man.
This is an economy right now that can't find the bottom of bad news.
Dire predictions.
A once-in-a-century financial crisis.
The 6 months surrounding January 2009 is the worst 6 months ever.
Mr. President, millions of people are going to lose their jobs, financial systems locked up, and it could collapse.
Tonight, a top GM executive warned, without help, the company will default. There is no plan B.
As I looked around the room, there were so many brilliant people, but at the end of the day, there was only one man in that room who had to make the decision, and all eyes were on him.
Everybody, Democrats, Republicans, do not rescue the automobile industry.
The questions that the president asked again and again and again had to do with how many jobs would be lost. Whenever folks were arguing about numbers and politics, he was always the one who brought it back to people.
Every night, he's up until 2 o'clock in the morning with his big stack of briefing books. That's what he's doing after the girls go to bed.
He does his homework, analyzing the issues, ensuring that he has prepared.
He really didn't care about the politics. He weighed the politics like any politician would. But at the end of the day, he was always willing to lose in order to do the right thing. Always.
A lot of people argued the politics were too costly.
It'll be a cold day in hell before he socializes my country.
Rahm Emanuel came to him and said, you're going to have to pull the bill, because if you push this legislation, you will lose in 2012.
He knew there would be somewhere between 10 and 30 million people who would not get health insurance.
Millions of people were being discriminated against by insurance companies.
When you hear people more worried about the politics of it than what's right and what's wrong, I want you to think about the millions of people all across this country who are looking for some help.
He's thinking to himself, if I decide not to push forward, what do I say to all those people who came up to me with tears in their eyes telling me that they need this to save themselves? And if that means that I'm a one-term president, then I'm a one-term president.
Nothing comes to the desk of the President of the United States unless it's almost impossible. And he has to figure it out.
The most critical thing was he there? We never knew that for sure. The president turns to every principal in the room. What do you recommend I do? And they say, well, 49% chance he's there, 51. It's a close call, Mr. President. He said, all right, thank you. He said, I'll give you my decision in the morning. It dawned on me, he's all alone. This is his decision. If he was wrong, his presidency was done. Over.
There were times when he could not find a way.
At least 14 dead, 50 injured after a lone gunman opens fire in a theater outside.
There's been a shooting at a school in Newtown. This is the Sandy Hook Elementary School.
There are reports of a shooting at a nightclub in Orlando where there are
I walk into the Oval. His head is down, and he hands me the speech, and he doesn't look up at me. He was too emotional.
He wanted to ban assault weapons, he wanted to limit magazine sizes, and he wanted to impose a universal background check. Well, all three of those concepts are going to be on the floor of the United States Senate for a vote, and they're all going to lose.
Congress literally does nothing. That's the closest I came to feeling disgusted.
Every time I think about those kids, it gets me mad. And by the way, it happens on the streets of Chicago every day.
There's a part of him who thinks, I am in the most powerful office in the most powerful country on the planet, and I can't do anything to erase what just happened.
We gather here in memory of 20 beautiful children and 6 remarkable adults. They were mothers and fathers, they were husbands and wives, sisters and brothers, sons and daughters, friends.
He thinks of it in terms of if we're his son, his daughter, his wife. He actually feels the pain.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved.
When we were lost, he asked us to believe and try to see ourselves in one another. And through crisis and challenge, he kept fighting to move us forward.
There's a temperament associated with being president that he uniquely has. Eyes always fixed on long-term successes.
Americans don't have to worry about insurance companies discriminating against them if they have a pre-existing condition.
Thanks to President Obama, General Motors is once again #1 in sales worldwide.
President Obama signed an executive order aimed at eliminating the pay gap between men and women in the federal government.
America deserves equal pay for equal work.
Judge Sotomayor, are you prepared to take the oath?
I am.
Please raise your right hand.
We'll offer you the chance to come out of the shadows so that you can finally have the dignity of knowing you belong.
Mr. Obama is the first sitting U.S. president to visit Cuba in nearly 90 years.
Osama bin Laden has been brought to justice.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden.
He's ignited the most robust international agreement on climate change.
The Paris Agreement represents the best chance to save the one planet that we've got.
Obama announced a historic breakthrough with Iran today.
A comprehensive long-term deal that will prevent it from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
He has this deep conviction that at big moments when we need to, we can still come together as a country, and that out of a long political darkness, a brighter day will come.
From the Supreme Court, we have read from the bench, there is a right to marriage equality. I repeat, there is a right to marriage equality.
Today, we can say that we've made our union a little more perfect. That love is love.
The Dow closed today at 10,000 points higher.
That's the longest stretch of private sector job growth in our history.
The First Lady said it best, being president has not changed who he is, it has revealed who he is. His core values, his principles, his temperament.
I just stay at it. And I'm just going to keep on staying at it as long as I'm in this office. And America will succeed. I am absolutely confident about that.
In moments of turmoil and doubt and crisis, when there are no good answers, when nothing is black and white and everything is gray, he is that calm presence, that poise and dignity and grace under pressure. That is who he is.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 44th President of the United States of America, Barack Obama.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. I love you back. Hello, America. Hello, Democrats. So, 12 years ago tonight, I addressed this convention for the very first time. You met my two little girls, Malia and Sasha, now two amazing young women who just fill me with pride. You fell for my brilliant wife and partner, Michelle, who has made me a better father and a better man, who's gone on to inspire our nation as First Lady, and who somehow hasn't aged a day. I know, the same cannot be said for me. My girls remind me all the time, wow, you've changed so much, Daddy. And then they try to clean it up. Yeah. Not bad, just more mature. and it's true. I was so young that first time in Boston. And Look, I'll admit it. Maybe I was a little nervous addressing such a big crowd. But I was filled with faith. Faith in America. The generous, big-hearted, hopeful country that made my story, that made all of our stories possible. Now, a lot's happened over the years. And while this nation has been tested by war, and it's been tested by recession, and all manner of challenges, I stand before you again tonight, after almost 2 terms as your president, to tell you I am more optimistic about the future of America than ever before. How could I not be, after all that we've achieved together? After the worst recession in 80 years, we fought our way back. We've seen deficits come down, 401ks recover, an auto industry set new records, unemployment reach 8-year lows, and our businesses create 15 million new jobs. After a century of trying, we declared that health care in America is not a privilege for a few, it is a right for everybody. After decades of talk, we finally began to wean ourselves off foreign oil. We doubled our production of clean energy. We brought more of our troops home to their families. And we delivered justice to Osama bin Laden. Through diplomacy, we shut down Iran's nuclear weapons program. We opened up a new chapter with the people of Cuba, brought nearly 200 nations together around a climate agreement that could save this planet for our children. We put policies in place to help students with loans, protect consumers from fraud, cut veterans' homelessness almost in half. And through countless acts of quiet courage, America learned that love has no limits, and marriage equality is now a reality across the land. By so many measures, our country is stronger and more prosperous than it was when we started. And through every victory and every setback, I've insisted that change is never easy and never quick, that we wouldn't meet all of our challenges in one term or one presidency or even in one lifetime. So tonight I'm here to tell you that, yes, we've still got more work to do. More work to do for every American still in need of a good job or a raise, paid leave or a decent retirement, for every child who needs a sturdier ladder out of poverty or world-class education, for everyone who has not yet felt the progress of these past 7.5 years. We need to keep making our streets safer and our criminal justice system fair, our homeland more secure, our world more peaceful and sustainable for the next generation. We're not done perfecting our union or living up to our founding creed, that all of us are created equal. All of us are free in the eyes of God. And that work involves a big choice this November. I think it's fair to say this is not your typical election. It's not just a choice between parties or policies, the usual debates between left and right. This is a more fundamental choice about who we are as a people. and whether we stay true to this great American experiment in self-government. Look, we Democrats have always had plenty of differences with the Republican Party, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's precisely this contest of ideas that pushes our country forward. But what we heard in Cleveland last week wasn't particularly Republican, and it sure wasn't conservative. What we heard was a deeply pessimistic vision of a country where we turn against each other and turn away from the rest of the world. There were no serious solutions to pressing problems, just the fanning of resentment and blame and anger and hate. And that is not the America I know. The America I know is full of courage and optimism and ingenuity. The America I know is decent and generous. Sure, we have real anxieties about paying the bills and protecting our kids, caring for a sick parent. We get frustrated with political gridlock and worry about racial divisions. We are shocked and saddened by the madness of Orlando or Nice. There are pockets of America that never recovered from factory closures. Men who took pride in hard work and providing for their families who now feel forgotten. Parents who wonder whether their kids will have the same opportunities that we had. All of that is real. We are challenged to do better, to be better. But as I've traveled this country, through all 50 states, as I've rejoiced with you and mourned with you, what I have also seen more than anything is what is right with America. I see people working hard and starting businesses. I see people teaching kids and serving our country. I see engineers inventing stuff, doctors coming up with new cures. I see a younger generation full of energy and new ideas, not constrained by what is, ready to seize what ought to be. And most of all, I see Americans of every party, every background, every faith, who believe that we are stronger together. Black, white, Latino, Asian, Native American, young, old, gay, straight, men, women, folks with disabilities, all pledging allegiance under the same proud flag to this big, bold country that we love. That's what I see. That's the America I know. And there is only one candidate in this race who believes in that future, has devoted her life to that future, a mother and a grandmother who would do anything to help our children thrive. A leader with real plans to break down barriers and blast through glass ceilings and widen the circle of opportunity to every single American, the next president of the United States, Hillary Clinton. Now, 8 years ago, that's right. Let me tell you, 8 years ago, you may remember Hillary and I were rivals for the Democratic nomination. We battled for a year and a half. Let me tell you, it was tough, because Hillary was tough. I was worn out. She was doing everything I was doing, but just like Ginger Rogers, it was backwards in heels. And every time I thought I might have the race won, Hillary just came back stronger. But after it was all over, I asked Hillary to join my team. And she was a little surprised. Some of my staff was surprised. But ultimately, she said yes, because she knew that what was at stake was bigger than either of us. And for 4 years, I had a front row seat to her intelligence, her judgment, and her discipline. I came to realize that her unbelievable work ethic wasn't for praise, it wasn't for attention, that she was in this for everyone who needs a champion. I understood that after all these years, she has never forgotten just who she's fighting for. Hillary's still got the tenacity that she had as a young woman, working at the Children's Defense Fund, going door to door to ultimately make sure kids with disabilities could get a quality education. She's still got the heart she showed as our First Lady, working with Congress to help push through a children's health insurance program that to this day protects millions of kids. She's still seared with the memory of every American she met who lost loved ones on 9/11. Which is why, as a senator from New York, she fought so hard for funding to help first responders, to help the city rebuild. Why, as Secretary of State, she sat with me in the Situation Room and forcefully argued in favor of the mission that took out bin Laden. You know, nothing truly prepares you for the demands of the Oval Office. You can read about it, you can study it, but until you've sat at that desk, you don't know what it's like to manage a global crisis or send young people to war. But Hillary's been in the room. She's been part of those decisions. She knows what's at stake in the decisions our government makes. What's at stake for the working family, for the senior citizen, for the small business owner, for the soldier, for the veteran. And even in the midst of crisis, she listens to people and she keeps her cool and she treats everybody with respect. And no matter how daunting the odds, no matter how much people try to knock her down, she never, ever quits. That is the Hillary I know. That's the Hillary I've come to admire. And that's why I can say with confidence, there has never been a man or a woman, not me, not Bill, nobody, more qualified than Hillary Clinton to serve as President of the United States of America. I hope you don't mind, Bill, but I was just telling the truth, man. And by the way, in case you're wondering about her judgment, take a look at her choice of running mate. Tim Kaine is as good a man, as humble and as committed a public servant as anybody that I know. I know his family. I love Ann. I love their kids. He will be a great vice president. He will make Hillary a better president, just like my dear friend and brother Joe Biden has made me a better president. Now, Hillary has real plans to address the concerns she's heard from you on the campaign trail. She's got specific ideas to invest in new jobs, to help workers share in their company's profits, to help put kids in preschool and put students through college without taking on a ton of debt. That's what leaders do. And then there's Donald Trump. Don't boo, vote. Yeah, the Donald is not really a plans guy. He's not really a facts guy either. He calls himself a business guy, which is true, but I have to say I know plenty of businessmen and women who've achieved remarkable success without leaving a trail of lawsuits and unpaid workers and people feeling like they got cheated. Does anyone really believe that a guy who spent his 70 years on this earth showing no regard for working people is suddenly going to be your champion, your voice? If so, you should vote for him. But if you're someone who's truly concerned about paying your bills, if you're really concerned about pocketbook issues and seeing the economy grow and creating more opportunity for everybody, then the choice isn't even close. If you want someone with a lifelong track record of fighting for higher wages and better benefits and a fairer tax code and a bigger voice for workers and stronger regulations on Wall Street, then you should vote for Hillary Clinton. And if you're rightly concerned about who's going to keep you and your family safe in a dangerous world, well, the choice is even clearer. Hillary Clinton is respected around the world, not just by leaders, but by the people they serve. I have to say this. People outside of the United States do not understand what's going on in this election. They really don't. Because they know Hillary, they've seen her work. She's worked closely with our intelligence teams, our diplomats, our military. She has the judgment and the experience and the temperament to meet the threat from terrorism. It's not new to her. Our troops have pounded ISIL without mercy, taking out their leaders, taking back territory. And I know Hillary won't relent until ISIL is destroyed. She will finish the job. And she will do it without resorting to torture or banning entire religions from entering our country. She is fit and she is ready to be the next commander-in-chief. Meanwhile, Donald Trump calls our military a disaster. Apparently, he doesn't know the men and women who make up the strongest fighting force the world has ever known. He suggests America is weak. He must not hear the billions of men and women and children from the Baltics to Burma who still look to America to be the light of freedom and dignity and human rights. He cozies up to Putin, praises Saddam Hussein, tells our NATO allies that stood by our side after 9/11 that they have to pay up if they want our protection. Well, America's promises do not come with a price tag. We meet our commitments. We bear our burdens. That's one of the reasons why almost every country on earth sees America as stronger and more respected today than they did 8 years ago when I took office. America is already great. America is already strong. And I promise you, our strength, our greatness, does not depend on Donald Trump. In fact, it doesn't depend on any one person. And that, in the end, may be the biggest difference in this election. The meaning of our democracy. Ronald Reagan called America a shining city on a hill. Donald Trump calls it a divided crime scene that only he can fix. It doesn't matter to him that illegal immigration and the crime rate are as low as they've been in decades, because he's not actually offering any real solutions to those issues. He's just offering slogans, and he's offering fear. He's betting that if he scares enough people, he might score just enough votes to win this election. And that's another bet that Donald Trump will lose. And the reason he'll lose it is because he's selling the American people short. We're not a fragile people. We're not a frightful people. Our power doesn't come from some self-declared savior promising that he alone can restore order as long as we do things his way. We don't look to be ruled. Our power comes from those immortal declarations first put to paper right here in Philadelphia all those years ago. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that we, the people, can form a more perfect union. That's who we are. That's our birthright, the capacity to shape our own destiny. That's what drove patriots to choose revolution over tyranny, and our GIs to liberate a continent. It's what gave women the courage to reach for the ballot, and marchers to cross a bridge in Selma, and workers to organize and fight for collective bargaining and better wages. America's never been about what one person says he'll do for us. It's about what can be achieved by us, together, through the hard and slow and sometimes frustrating, but ultimately enduring work of self-government. And that's what Hillary Clinton understands. She knows that this is a big, diverse country. She has seen it. She's traveled. She's talked to folks. And she understands that most issues are rarely black and white. She understands that even when you're 100% right, getting things done requires compromise. That democracy doesn't work if we constantly demonize each other. She knows that for progress to happen, we have to listen to each other and see ourselves in each other and fight for our principles, but also fight to find common ground, no matter how elusive that may sometimes seem. Hillary knows we can work through racial divides in this country when we realize the worry black parents feel when their son leaves the house isn't so different than what a brave cop's family feels when he puts on the blue and goes to work. That we can honor police and treat every community fairly. We can do that. And she knows that acknowledging problems that have festered for decades isn't making race relations worse. It's creating the possibility for people of goodwill to join and make things better. Hillary knows we can insist on a lawful and orderly immigration system while still seeing striving students and their toiling parents as loving families, not criminals or rapists. Families that came here for the same reason our forebears came, to work and to study and to make a better life in a place where we can talk and worship and love as we please. She knows their dream is quintessentially American, and the American dream is something no wall will ever contain. These are the things that Hillary knows. It can be frustrating, this business of democracy. Trust me, I know. Hillary knows too. When the other side refuses to compromise, progress can stall. People are hurt by the inaction. Supporters can grow impatient and worry that you're not trying hard enough, that you've maybe sold out. But I promise you, when we keep at it, when we change enough minds, when we deliver enough votes, then progress does happen. And if you doubt that, just ask the 20 million more people who have health care today. Just ask the Marine who proudly serves his country without hiding the husband that he loves. Democracy works, America, but we gotta want it. Not just during an election year, but all the days in between. So if you agree that there's too much inequality in our economy and too much money in our politics, we all need to be as vocal and as organized and as persistent as Bernie Sanders supporters have been during this election. We all need to get out and vote for Democrats up and down the ticket, and then hold them accountable until they get the job done. That's right, feel the burn. If you want more justice in the justice system, then we've all got to vote not just for a president, but for mayors and sheriffs and state's attorneys and state legislatures. That's where the criminal law is made. And we've got to work with police and protesters until laws and practices are changed. That's how democracy works. If you want to fight climate change, we've got to engage not only young people on college campuses, we've got to reach out to the coal miner who's worried about taking care of his family, the single mom worried about gas prices. If you want to protect our kids and our cops from gun violence, we've got to get the vast majority of Americans, including gun owners who agree on things like background checks, to be just as vocal and just as determined as the gun lobby that blocks change through every funeral that we hold. That is how change happens. Look, Hillary's got her share of critics. She has been caricatured by the right and by some on the left. She has been accused of everything you can imagine and some things that you cannot. But she knows that's what happens when you're under a microscope for 40 years. She knows that sometimes during those 40 years she's made mistakes, just like I have, just like we all do. That's what happens when we try. That's what happens when you're the kind of citizen Teddy Roosevelt once described. Not the timid souls who criticize from the sidelines, but someone who is actually in the arena, who strives valiantly, who errs, but who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement. Hillary Clinton is that woman in the arena. She's been there for us, even if we haven't always noticed. And if you're serious about our democracy, you can't afford to stay home just because she might not align with you on every issue. You've got to get in the arena with her, because democracy isn't a spectator sport. America isn't about, yes, he will. It's about, yes, we can. And we're going to carry Hillary to victory this fall because that's what the moment demands. Yes, we can. Not yes, she can, not yes, I can. Yes, we can. There's been a lot of talk in this campaign about what America has lost. People who tell us that our way of life is being undermined by pernicious changes and dark forces beyond our control. They tell voters there's a real America out there that must be restored. This isn't an idea, by the way, that started with Donald Trump. It's been peddled by politicians for a long time, probably from the start of our republic. And it's got me thinking about the story I told you 12 years ago tonight, about my Kansas grandparents and the things they taught me when I was growing up. See, my grandparents, they came from the heartland. Their ancestors began settling there about 200 years ago. I don't know if they had their birth certificates, but they were there. And they were Scotch-Irish mostly. Farmers, teachers, ranch hands, pharmacists, oil rig workers. Hardy, small-town folk. Some were Democrats, but a lot of them, maybe even most of them, were Republicans. Party of Lincoln. And my grandparents explained that folks in these parts, they didn't like show-offs. They didn't admire braggarts or bullies. They didn't respect mean-spiritedness or folks who were always looking for shortcuts in life. Instead, what they valued were traits like honesty and hard work, kindness, courtesy, humility, responsibility, helping each other out. That's what they believed in. True things, things that last, the things we try to teach our kids. And what my grandparents understood was that these values weren't limited to Kansas. They weren't limited to small towns. These values could travel to Hawaii. They could travel even to the other side of the world, where my mother would end up working to help poor women get a better life, trying to apply those values. My grandparents knew these values weren't reserved for one race. They could be passed down to a half Kenyan grandson or a half Asian granddaughter. In fact, they were the same values Michelle's parents, the descendants of slaves, taught their own kids, living in a bungalow on the south side of Chicago. They knew these values were exactly what drew immigrants here. And they believed that the children of those immigrants were just as American as their own. Whether they wore a cowboy hat or a yarmulke, a baseball cap or a hijab. America has changed over the years. But these values that my grandparents taught me, they haven't gone anywhere. They're as strong as ever. Still cherished by people of every party, every race, every faith. They live on in each of us. What makes us American, what makes us patriots, is what's in here. That's what matters. And that's why we can take the food and music and holidays and styles of other countries and blend it into something uniquely our own. That's why we can attract strivers and entrepreneurs from around the globe to build new factories and create new industries here. That's why our military can look the way it does. Every shade of humanity forged into common service. That's why anyone who threatens our values, whether fascists or communists or jihadists or homegrown demagogues, will always fail in the end. That is America. That is America. Those bonds of affection, that common creed. We don't fear the future, we shape it. We embrace it as one people, stronger together than we are on our own. That's what Hillary Clinton understands. This fighter, this stateswoman, this mother and grandmother, this public servant, this patriot, that's the America she's fighting for. And that is why I have confidence, as I leave this stage tonight, that the Democratic Party is in good hands. My time in this office, it hasn't fixed everything. As much as we've done, there's still so much I want to do. But for all the tough lessons I've had to learn, for all the places where I've fallen short, I've told Hillary, and I'll tell you what's picked me back up every single time. It's been you, the American people. It's the letter I keep on my wall from a survivor in Ohio who twice almost lost everything to cancer, but urged me to keep fighting for health care reform, even when the battle seemed lost. Do not quit. It's the painting I keep in my private office. A big-eyed green owl with blue wings, made by a 7-year-old girl who was taken from us in Newtown. Given to me by her parents so I wouldn't forget. A reminder of all the parents who have turned their grief into action. It's the small business owner in Colorado who cut most of his own salary so he wouldn't have to lay off any of his workers in the recession. Because he said that wouldn't have been in the spirit of America. It's the conservative in Texas who said he disagreed with me on everything, but he appreciated that, like him, I try to be a good dad. It's the courage of the young soldier from Arizona who nearly died on the battlefield in Afghanistan, but who has learned to speak again and walk again. And earlier this year, stepped through the door of the Oval Office on his own power to salute and shake my hand. It is every American who believed we could change this country for the better. So many of you who'd never been involved in politics, who picked up phones and hit the streets and used the internet in amazing new ways that I didn't really understand but made change happen. You are the best organizers on the planet, and I am so proud of all the change that you made possible. Time and again, you've picked me up. And I hope sometimes I picked you up too. And tonight, I ask you to do for Hillary Clinton what you did for me. I ask you to carry her the same way you carried me. Because you're who I was talking about 12 years ago when I talked about hope. It's been you who fueled my dogged faith in our future, even when the odds were great, even when the road is long. Hope in the face of difficulty, hope in the face of uncertainty, the audacity of hope. America, you've vindicated that hope these past 8 years. And now I'm ready to pass the baton and do my part as a private citizen. So this year, in this election, I'm asking you to join me to reject cynicism and reject fear and to summon what is best in us to elect Hillary Clinton as the next president of the United States and show the world we still believe in the promise of this great nation. Thank you for this incredible journey. Let's keep it going. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Reverend Dr. Gabriel Salguero, pastor of the Iglesia El Calvario.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we come to you tonight because we recognize our desperate need of you. Each of us, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, we know that we depend on you and that you love us all. And as we walk toward the autumn of elections, we pray you would guide our great nation. Lord, help us transcend the nefarious traps of cynicism, despair, and division with the courageous work of hope and love. Teach us to continuously cherish and fervently defend the dignity of every human being. Help us, God, never to tire in the work of compassion and justice. Instruct us to be ever mindful of the most vulnerable among us, the child, the widow, the orphan, the immigrant, and the refugee. Dios, danos la valentía de confrontar nuestros desafíos con amor. And help us, God, to hew the future of our great republic from the bedrock of love. May our work reflect your character of compassion, justice, and civility. And may we never be satisfied until every child of God has an opportunity to flourish. From Portland to Philadelphia, from our small towns to our magnificent cities, from our police officers to our children. Help us to move forward in unity, a more perfect union that believes that despair and violence can never conquer love, hope, and justice. And Lord, help us to do this work together, from every ethnicity and color, rich and poor, women and men, the elderly and the young. We confess tonight that we are our brothers and sisters' keeper, and that together we can do more. Give us optimistic tenacity to respond to some of today's persistent chasms con esperanza. Help us to never cease until our nation sees the day when we transform any jangling discords of racism, xenophobia, and violence into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood and sisterhood. And this I pray in the matchless name of Jesus. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen of the convention, my fellow delegates, tonight we have heard our president.
President Obama wrapping up the third night of the Democratic National Convention in Philadelphia with an impassioned speech endorsing Hillary Clinton and touching on a number of themes that we've already seen in the Democratic National Convention, bringing people together, talking about the greatness that America already has, and hammering away at Donald Trump, which is not something we have typically seen a sitting president do. It's been a big day for Arizona at the Democratic National Convention as well. Earlier today we saw freshman Congressman Ruben Gallego delivering an impassioned speech hammering Donald Trump on veterans issues, and of course former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, who we saw seated there tonight in the audience, once again talking about gun control and the scourge of gun violence in our country. The prominence of Arizona at the DNC certainly raises the specter that Democrats pay lip service to, that idea that at least perhaps, Arizona could go from a red state to a blue state. Certainly, Democrats are hoping that that will happen because of a couple of factors. Donald Trump and his popularity in the Republican Party and the fracturing that we've seen in Arizona. Of course, we remember the Republican National Convention last week where Senators Flake and McCain both skipping out, and only one Arizona congressman as a Republican actually making an appearance there. There is a concern among Republicans that many of the GOP won't show up because they can't support Donald Trump, and they certainly won't support Hillary Clinton as well. And of course, the other big factor is the number of Latino voters, expected to reach somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 million eligible Latino voters this year who may, at least may, be able to turn Arizona from a red state to a blue state. Nonetheless, when you talk to a lot of the national experts, they still, looking at the tracking polls and looking at Arizona as a whole, still put that one in the column for Donald Trump. But this is an election year like we have not seen, and we all remember 20 years ago, it was the last time that a Democrat was actually able to carry Arizona in a presidential race, and that Democrat happened to be Bill Clinton. Now, a lot coming up here on ABC 15 News at 10. We're going to be tracking all of the activities at the DNC and other big stories tonight as well. Police are still on the scene of a grocery store parking lot in Scottsdale. A guy acting crazy there. Apparently led police on a chase, ran into an office area, and then eventually pulled a knife out on officers, and one officer was forced to fire. We've just learned in the last couple of hours here that that man has now died, but police are still on scene investigating there. We also had another police shooting. This was a man barricaded inside a Valley apartment. Turns out he was wanted for murder in another state. FBI taking over the scene now and eventually finding that man deceased inside the home with a gunshot wound. We've also got a couple other stories following up tonight. This is a really wild one. A Valley 19-year-old living a double life, apparently blackmailing young boys. He posed as a girl on Facebook and on social media, had boys send nude pictures of themselves and then use those to blackmail those young boys, and police believe there are still other victims out there. And if you're buying a car, think about this story as well. A woman apparently buys a car, and then that car breaks down exactly 7 miles after she drives it off the lot. The dealership won't give her a refund. They say it's from a third-party seller. Something I've never heard of. So we're taking action tonight at 10. What do you do when you're buying a car to protect yourself in case you wind up driving off the lot with a lemon? Of course, Amber is also tracking some big changes to the weather. You can feel the humidity out there and some storms popping up in the area. We're going to be talking a lot more about the forecast and what the weather is doing coming up in a Facebook Live in just a few moments. But for now, I'm Steve Irvin reporting, and you've been watching the third night of the Democratic National Convention.
No, no kidding.